Recording in progress.
Bonjour, chers collègues.
Good morning, dear colleagues. We're now going to begin our session, and I'll give the floor without further ado to Slovenia. Mrs. Glaschsecker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Esteemed Chair and colleagues, peace, justice, and strong institutions are among the goals which the Interparliamentary Union has been pursuing for years. I am therefore especially pleased to see these issues assuming a central role in today's Assembly. The mere fact that they are included among the Sustainable Development Goals, the pursuit of which has gained momentum with the 2030 Agenda adopted by the United Nations in 2015, proves that they are indeed crucial to achieving sustainable development. Slovenia has been committed to the 2030 Agenda from the very beginning and has been among the first states to adopt a national development strategy that meaningfully incorporates the Sustainable Development Goals. It is also worth mentioning that in the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2023, Slovenia is ranked 13th out of 166 countries. While we still confront various challenges in our pursuit of peace, justice, and strong institutions, we have achieved significant progress in recent years. I would like to emphasize our dedicated efforts to strengthen the pillars of our justice system within society. Slovenia is particularly devoted to establishing a child-friendly justice system with the ambition of becoming a leading EU member state in this regard. In 2022, we launched the Children's House, where we can expert assistance and support to children who have witnessed or experienced crime. Slovenia is also fully dedicated to digitalization across all domains and to developing comprehensive smart digital solutions utilizing artificial intelligence. Presently, more than 30 different projects are in progress, supported by EU development funds. Additionally, I would also like to stress the importance of strengthening institutions which serve as the cornerstone of our society, ensuring legal, political and economic stability, as well as social progress. Strengthening institutions is a long-term endeavor that demands dedication, collaboration, and investments in our future. We need an independent judiciary, an effective parliament, a vigorous campaign against corruption, and an upgraded performance of the public administration and a reinforced role of oversight bodies. It is through this measure that we will gradually but resolutely build trust in government institutions and in the effective functioning of our state, grounded in principle of justice, equality, and accountability. With this very purpose in mind, the government of the Republic of Slovenia adopted in February this year a new program for strengthening integrity and transparency of the public sector 2023 to 2026. The program is part of efforts to strengthen the integrity of institutions, civil servants, officials, and other employees within the public sector, and to enhance transparency in the operations of the public sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as members of Parliament, we hold an exceptionally vital role in this endeavor. Through the enactment of legislation that establishes effective social subsystems, we play our part in shaping the direction in which our society will develop. These are the challenges that lie before us, and it is our duty to meet them head-on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Please, we call for Estonia. Mrs. Lauri, please.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, honorable hosts, it is easy to spread fear and hatred, and it is hard to build up trust and understanding. One can slip from the path of democracy, even not noticing it on the first place. But if things have gone wrong, it is really hard to find a way back, because trust is destroyed and bad memories prevail. In Estonia, we know all too well that the collapse of repressive regime does not itself result in an open society. Moving in this direction presupposes long-term commitment to upholding personal freedoms and building representative and accountable institutions. It requires very hard work and persistence, not only from the political elite, but the whole society. Dear colleagues, we are living at a time when the world is increasingly interconnected and domestic and foreign issues are very difficult to tell apart. International terrorism is a problem that needs to be dealt with by all of us, and any workable solutions must be grounded on the values we share. When during the Cold War, the political struggles were about the ability to control and convey information, today political struggles are about the creation and destruction of credibility. We need to be able not to just better communicate our message, but to create dialogue and build trust. We cannot out-propagandize networks of radicals and populists, but what we must do is to provide access to truthful information and make convincing case in support for open and tolerant societies. Dear colleagues, when it comes to communication and trust building, we as members of parliaments have a particularly important role. For one, we need to demonstrate our awareness and comfort with the realities of the interconnected and culturally very diverse world. Let's do all we can to involve people into substantive discussions so that they could become more aware, more open, and perhaps over some time revise their pre-existing assumptions. Merely a political agreement on how to solve a major international problem will not suffice. Workable solutions need to involve all societies. Ladies and gentlemen, personal contacts are the most effective way to build up trust. However, in current, increasingly connected world, we have to use way technology offers. There are concerns regarding technological novelties, including artificial intelligence. But we have to keep in mind that technology itself is not bad or good. It is a way how it is used for a bad or for a good. Technology can be used for supporting openness in societies. It can be used for building up trust between different nations, societies, and inside societies. To counterbalance the worldview that chooses autocracy over democracy and restraints over openness, we need to be determined to strengthen the international framework of institutions and norms that help advance human rights and create free and responsible societies. As representatives of parliaments, we are particularly well placed to engage with the people in our communities and emphasize the importance of dialogue and cooperation in achieving these goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You can take your floor. Now I call Madame Belchir des Pays-Bas.
Excellency President of the IPU Assembly, Excellency Speakers, Deputy Speakers, and Honorable Delegates, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Let me start by extending my gratitude for the National Assembly of Angola, together with the IPU, who have constantly worked for the success of this 147th IPU General Assembly. We are so grateful to be here and truly honored to attend this very important moment. Honorable delegates, most Asian and African countries were occupied and colonialized by Western power. Back then to 1940s until 1950s period, some countries in Africa and Asia, including Indonesia, have led the struggle against colonialism and search for independence. We initiated and led the historic moment of the Asian-African Conference in 1955 in Bandung, Indonesia, to garner solidarity among Asian and African countries. We also assemble here now to work together to take parliamentary actions for peace and justice. And the current most pressing challenge is how and when to immediately stop the war against Palestinians who are still experiencing colonialization and annexation from Israel. Just a few hours ago, the world witnesses the Israeli jet attack targeting the house of head of surgery in the Indonesian hospital in Gaza and killing his family members. We submitted a resolution which comprehensively addresses the war crime against Palestinian people and calls for long-term solutions to create an independent and free Palestine. However, more than 5 decades afterward, the act of colonization, and its remnant of neo-colonial mentality still exists. In the context of Palestinian, history tells that Nazi committed genocide against European Jews during World War II, but now Israel committed similar genocide and ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians. Our effort to end atrocities, to stop killing, and to protect the rights of Palestinian people are weakened by a neo-colonial mentality of double standards and hypocrisy. Proposal that reflects the spirit of peace and respect to human dignity was attenuated by the attitude of ignorance under the narrative of democracy and human rights. Honorable delegates, upholding justice, peace and strong institutions as enshrined in the SDG 16 will not be possible if war crimes and human rights violations such as occurred in Palestine continue to be tolerated and unsanctioned. Once again, I call on the world to first put an end to double standards and hypocrisy in assessing conflict situation around the world, including in Palestine. We have to be more objective and fair. It is unacceptable and shameful to call those who fought for their land and freedom as terrorists, while at the same time, in other parts of the world, call them as freedom fighters. And second, stop the Israeli military strikes without delay and open blockade to allow for humanitarian access. Supporting brutal military acts, including use of white phosphorus bomb, as well as isolation of around 2 million people, are collective declarations of crime against humanity. Third, we also call on the global community to impose sanctions on the perpetrator of human crime, while also finding a way to resolve the conflict in a fair mechanism, prioritizing dialogue and negotiation, and focusing on long-term resolution to end hostilities instead of fueling the tension. Along with these efforts, it is also the right momentum to reform of international systems. We must strengthen the efficacy of the UN system. The UN shall be impartial and came up with concrete actions to end violence, uphold justice-based international law, and create sustainable peace. UN body reforms, including the UN Security Council, are extremely needed to embolden its capabilities in international law enforcement. Also, we need to fully incorporate the voice of the Global South into the global peacemaking process. Global governance has to be inclusive, neutral, and able to engage all parties, including developing and underdeveloped nations. We need global consensus where no one is left unheard. Last, we have to make the Interparliamentary Union as a global organization of parliamentarians more democratic, more accountable, and stand neutral in order to create justice. The IPU shall be more assertive in creating global justice and resolving conflict around the world. Honorable delegates, as one of the world's largest democratic countries, Indonesia's commitment to global peace and global justice is unwavering. Let us make sure that our world is free from violence, injustice, and any remnants of neo-colonial mentality. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Now we call Madame Erdogan from Turkey.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to thank our host, Angola, for excellent hospitality, and especially the President of Angola for his leadership and strong stance vis-à-vis the current problems in international arena. I want to bring up the situation in Gaza to your attention in my speech. We all know that children don't tell lies. This is awesome. He lives in Gaza. You can watch his interview with a journalist in social media platforms. The journalist asks him, "What happened to your face, Asım?" Asım says, "It happened when our house was bombed." Did anybody warn you beforehand? No. Did anybody get hurt? Yes. My mom and dad are killed. Are you alone? No, I have a brother and sister. They are in intensive care now. We have many Asıms in Gaza with similar stories. The ongoing attacks on Gaza are causing devastating effects on innocent civilians. It is inhuman and a blatant violation of international law to force 2.5 million residents of Gaza who have been subject to indiscriminate bombing and collective deprived of electricity, water, and food to relocate in the south of Gaza. We must act to protect the dignity and value of Palestinian lives and the right of Palestinian people to demand liberation from colonial occupation, to declare that all people have a right to independence and freedom, and then deny this right to Palestinian people can only be explained by racism and dehumanization. This is exactly what we see happening when Israeli minister said, "I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly." A mentality that deliberately targets civilians, hospitals, and schools should face legal and moral consequences under international law. We strongly condemn the loss of civilian lives and attach high importance to the restoration of calm in the region as soon as possible. Israel's indiscriminate targeting of the Palestinian people in Gaza is unacceptable and must stop. Unhindered flow of humanitarian assistance is an urgency. These developments once again show the importance of the two-state solution with the pre-1969 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine. Following this, there should also be a guarantee mechanism for monitoring, verifying, and when needed, enforcing the obligations of the parties. Turkey remains ready to assume a guarantor role together with some other regional countries. I would like to talk about great implementations done by Turkey to reach to the goals of SDG 16. But lives of children matter more than everything. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. Now is the time for Yemen. Yemen, Basara.
السيدة رئيس الجمعية الوطنية لجمهورية أنغولا
Carolina Sarkera, Speaker of the National Assembly, heads of parliamentary delegations to this 147th session of the IPU Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, the Yemeni Parliament would like to thank and convey how grateful it is to the Angolan Parliament for organizing this assembly. We'd also like to thank the President of Angola for his speech, which was very fair and in favor of the Palestinian people. We are very pleased to attend this 147th session of the IPU Assembly here in the Republic of Angola. We hope this forum will make it possible to achieve considerable progress so we can better serve the interests of humankind. And we hope this will enable us to bring peace to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not making sufficient progress towards SDG 16. We are a far cry from Agenda 2030, as affirmed by the Secretary General of the United Nations. He stated that the conflicts being waged in various countries of the world are holding back global progress towards peace and the achievement of SDG 16. Inter alia, currently the Houthis have brought about a coup d'etat and occupy the capital of the country, Sana'a. Many women and children are still in prison. Women undergo mistreatment. There are forced disappearances. Militants working in the area of human rights are the victim of rape, sexual harassment, and other mistreatment in prison, including waterboarding and other forms of torture. I would also like to talk about the loss of human life. in our country owing to the presence of anti-personnel mines. State income is extremely low, and in Yemen, we are not in a position to pay the salaries of civil servants. Unfortunately, the speaker is speaking extremely fast, and it's impossible to continue the interpretation.
الشعب ومواطنينا رفضوا رفضا قاطعا، بل يرفضون رفضا قاطعا أن تعطى مواردنا النفطية بحضرموت أو شبوة أو مارب حتى تحصى وتحصل أولا الموارد الإنقلابية التي يجيبونها وتطرح في صندوق عام، وممكن بعد ذلك نفكر ونصر موظفين من مواردنا الانصيه. اننا في الشرعيه الدستوريه اليمنيه ننشد السلام العادل ونريد ايقاف نزيف الدم اليمني ونرحب بالمبادره السعوديه لايقاف الحرب باليمن، ولكن نعلم ان الانقلابيين غير جادين في هذا السلام وما قتلهم للقوات البحرينيه في الاراضي السعوديه الا احدى هذه المظاهر المعطيات في عدم الجديه بالسلام. كما اننا اذا اردنا السلام دائم وعادل مستدام ومؤسسات قويه ومنع العنف علينا بإيقاف الصرف العدو الصهيوني والقتل المتعمد والإبادة الجماعية واستخدام الأسلحة الفتاكة المحرمة على قطاع غزة الأبي وأهله من أطفال رضع وشيوخ والنساء، وإيقاف الخدمات الأساسية كالماء والكهرباء والمشتقات النفطية في ظل دعم معلن دوليا من أمريكا وأوروبا، وللأسف الشديد صمت مننا كبرلمانات وكممثلين للشعوب التي انتخبتنا إلا من بعض الأصدقاء الأحرار أصحاب القيم المناهضين للمشروع العدو الصهيوني الغاصب للأرض فلسطين ومقدساتها. رغم أننا مسؤولين دستوريا عن الحكومات وعن سياساتها، فهل ننتصر الإنسان الفلسطيني كان طفلا أو امرأة أو شيخا ننتصر لهم بإيقاف دعم الحكومات تدعم هذا المحتل الغاصب للأرض والمقدسات، أو حتى استنكار هذا الدعم العلني، أو نصمت وضع رؤوسنا في الرمال؟ والتاريخ الحديث لن ولم يرحم من سيسجل في صفحاته من وقف مع الإنسان، أقول الإنسان الفلسطيني المظلوم. ونحن سنظل في اليمن نآزر فلسطين مقدساتها وشعبها عامة وغزة وأهلها خاصة حتى يعود الحق لأهله. وينبغي علينا ونحن في هذا المؤتمر الدولي وأنتم كقادة برلمانات دولية تمثلون شعوب في العالم القاطبة، ينبغي أن يكون لنا موقف من هذا الدورة 147، موقف بإيقاف الحرب، إيقاف نزيف الدم واستنكار الصلف الصهيوني وإيجاد المساعدات للفلسطينيين حتى تصل، بل ينبغي علينا أن نسعى لإخراج العدو الغاصب من داخل أرض فلسطين. التاريخ لن يرحم، سيسجل عننا كلنا كقادة وكلنا كممثلين شعوب ما يحصل لأهلنا في فلسطين. هم أناس بشر ليسوا حيوانات، بشر ليسوا حيوانات، بشر ليسوا حيوانات، وينبغي عليه نقف مع الإنسانية. أخيرا السادة والسيدات، آمل أن نخرج من الدورة 147 بقرارات تعزز من دور الاتحاد ليكون منتدى مثالي لتحقيق الأهداف التي ننشدها للإنسانية كافة من سلام دائم وعدالة حقيقية، لنوقف نزيف الدم لكل البشرية دون تمييز أو عنصرية، لأننا كلنا بشر.
Caros colegas, pedimos desculpa.
Dear colleagues, we really apologize. There was no interpretation because the delegate was extremely fast. Interpreters were not able to follow.
Martins, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Duarte Pacheco, Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Martin Chungong, Your Excellency, host and President or Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Carolina Cerqueira, Excellencies, parliamentarians, good morning. It is with a great pleasure that we participate in such an important IPU Assembly. On my behalf and on behalf of the East Timor delegation, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude for the warm hospitality of the Angolan people. Really appreciate the efforts you make to make our stay comfortable and pleasing. Angolan hospitality makes our visit a experience to remember. Once again, thank you so much for very generous and kind welcoming. We feel a great deal of pride to be here in this IPU Assembly, even more so that it's being held at Luanda, Angola, one of our brother countries that in the most dark moments of our fight for liberation has showed its constant solidarity and support in view of our cause. Angola, like many other countries, has always been very active in its supporting East Timor in the international community during the 24 years of our march towards freedom. So before discussing topics related to the 147th Assembly of IPU, allow me with great pride to show my personal gratitude to the Angolan people and to express the thankfulness of the Timorese people for your solidarity. Many states did not believe that we're going to be winners of this cause. Your Excellency, in this assembly we are discussing the topics of peace, justice and strong institutions. Thus, it's very important to leave you an appeal for the cause of the people of Myanmar. We talk about peace and justice while thousands of children, women and innocent people, the peace and justice caused by a military junta. Thus, I ask that this assembly will issue a resolution or a word of solidarity towards the people of Myanmar. If we do it, we will show the fairness and the justice of our principles and values. It is extremely sad to see, to hear, to feel society cries and makes appeal, but we require a joint action of both men and women of goodwill, like we are here today, united for peace and justice. It is our moral duty, it is our political obligation to respond to this legitimate desire for peace and justice. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace will have to be followed by the feeling of justice. We cannot talk about justice when the public policies of our rulers, when legislations which are adopted by legislative bodies continuously benefit the strongest and marginalize the weakest. This way, there will never be justice, but a justice that silences the weakest and does not protect their most basic and fundamental rights. The people of Myanmar is oppressed, it is threatened on a daily basis. They fight and resist and struggle for their fundamental rights. A specific action by the international community will help not just the people of Myanmar, but mainly it will show to the tyrants of any people that their rights, when they are infringed, will receive from IPU a very concrete action. Your Excellency, distinguished participants of the IPU, East Timor, as with its rule of law, will keep on defending the democratic principles of Myanmar and appeal for a negotiable peaceful solution for Myanmar, as well as other similar cases across the world. The world should live in peace, and it is our obligation to work towards this goal. East Timor is a young democracy. It's imperfect, it's vibrant, it is an oasis for peace, tolerance, and freedom. It's a lighthouse of the democracy in the international community. So we have been constantly affirming dialogue as the best possible way for solving conflicts. East Timor, as a democratic state, about to consolidate its democratic institutions, will do all in our power to keep on struggling towards attainment of peace and justice and strong institutions that do not oppress people. All strong institutions will have to guarantee justice, human rights, with merit, quality, regardless of the political differences in East Timor. Our motto was, is, and will keep on being union, action, and progress. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Pode retomar o...
Thank you very much. You can take your seat. I'd like to call Spain, Mr. Almodovar.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much.
IPU, members of the Angolan Parliament, thank you for your hospitality. You have a great and nice country. It's a pleasure to be here. Permítame.
I'd like, firstly, to take this opportunity to express my thanks for the work that has been done over the past few years by José Ignacio Echaniz, the last chair of the Spanish delegation to the IPU and a member of the executive committee. He was one of the drivers of the new IPU anthem, and he was very convinced and a firm advocate of the usefulness of this organization. He's not been on the delegation for a few months now, but he's following this debate very closely. So thank you, Iñaki, for your determination. Dear friends, it is a great honor to take the floor before this assembly on behalf of the Spanish delegation to share with all of you, fellow parliamentarians from various parts of the world, a number of thoughts. Parliamentary work to further peace, justice, and strong institutions is a pivotal aspect of building and sustaining democratic and fair societies around the world. Parliaments have a key role to play in promoting peace and justice by promulgating laws that protect human rights, establish effective justice systems, and advocate for the peaceful resolution of disputes. They are also responsible for ensuring that state institutions function transparently and efficiently, which is key if we're to avoid corruption and foster trust of citizens in the system. Peace and justice are not just words on a page. They shouldn't just be words on a page. They are fundamental rights that need to be defended and promoted by parliamentarians, by all of us. By drafting and revising laws and supporting judicial independence, we can ensure that the justice system be impartial and that peace be maintained. Preserving democratic values and preventing them from being eroded is something that we need to do at all costs. But we're not operating within national borders alone. In an interconnected world, we have a significant role to play in promoting peace and justice at the global level. We can collaborate on international treaties, we can support humanitarian initiatives, and we can work together to tackle global challenges such as climate change and poverty. However, this path towards peace, justice, and strong institutions isn't without its challenges. We have political polarization, a lack of resources, pressure from particular interess. These are all obstacles to our work. So we need to maintain our firm commitment to democratic values, and we need to work together, as we do here at the IPU, to overcome those hurdles and achieve those noble objectives. Peace is key in any society, and we have a pivotal role to play in promoting policies and laws that encourage the peaceful resolution of conflicts, that prevent violence, and that promote reconciliation. Furthermore, parliamentary action for peace means that we need to support international treaties, crisis management, and we need to oversee security forces to ensure that human rights be respected. Justice is another pillar of parliamentary action. Parliaments have the responsibility to approve laws that ensure equality before the law, access to justice, and the protection of fundamental rights. We should also ensure that we have an independent judicial system and one that's effective in combating impunity and promoting transparency. The effectiveness of our institutions is fundamental to the good functioning of our states. Parliamentarians have an important role to play in legislating and overseeing policies that ensure that governmental institutions be transparent, responsible and effective. This includes accountability of the executive and judicial branches, such as through promoting anti-corruption measures. These commitments are important if we to build a better future and a fairer future for everybody. So in summary, parliamentary action for peace, justice and strong institutions is a light, a beacon of hope in a world where there are many ills, as we've seen over the past few weeks. And on behalf of Spain, I would like to express a full measure of solidarity to those who are suffering from wars and terrorism. Parliaments have a crucial role to play in creating and maintaining a fair societies, and we need to encourage all efforts towards that. Peace and justice are fundamental rights, and through the IPU we can move forward towards a more peaceful, a fairer and a more sustainable world for all. And that should be the main mandate of any politician, trying to improve the lives of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Now we call Finland, Mr. Tinkiene.
Dear colleagues, how do we make the world a better place for everyone? We're all the same human race. All of us in this hall are sisters and brothers by blood. But it seems that too often we focus on fighting each other instead of fixing things inside our own country. When I landed in Luanda, I was met by assistants who took me to the black cars that drove me to a luxury hotel. Before I got into the car, I noticed how a young boy was examining the nearby garbage. He found an aluminium lunchbox there and sniffed inside. Then he ate the leftovers and put the box in a plastic bag where he collected the metal to sell. This is just an example of how unfair a world we live in. About 150 years ago, in just 2 years, 10% of Finland's population died of starvation. We were first under Swedish and then Russian colonialism, and even our mother tongue was tried to be eradicated. In 1918, we fought a civil war in which almost 40,000 Finns perished. After the Soviet Union attacked Finland in 1939, we lost almost 100,000 Finns in 5 years. Despite colonialism, poverty, oppression, and civil war, today Finland is at the top of the world in development, and we have been ranked as the happiest country in the world for many years in a row. Traveling as a member of parliament in our meetings in different countries and seeing injustice, I ask myself, what should we focus on so that we could build a sustainable world for everyone and that every country could stand firmly on its own feet? Should we focus on investing in education? But how do we build schools and hire teachers if corruption is rampant in the political system and the little money there is to share, even that is diverted to the wrong places? Should development take place by investing in tax collection? But if the corrupt administration gets more funds, will the money actually go to education or, say, healthcare? Should we first increase the amount of global food aid so much that no one has to worry about whether there's enough food? But if all the money received has been spent on food aid, what do we do when the grant runs out and society still doesn't take care of all its citizens? Should we invest in the creation of companies to make the country prosperous? Still, the same problem remains in this case. There is no guarantee that the wealth will benefit ordinary citizens. So what should be fixed first? What did Finland do among other countries? There are theories, but we can all see what is common to those countries that are prosperous and whose prosperity benefits all citizens and where citizens enjoy strong human rights. These countries have a democratic government that is built on the genuine possibility for parties to compete, free elections, and the genuine possibility to change power. I believe that even though we need to work in every sector to help people, as long as each country does not have a democratic system in which the citizens have the opportunity to set us politicians up against each other based on our performance, as long will development be slow and the time and money spent on even important projects will flow too often wasted. We parliamentarians have an interesting task. We have to develop our democracies in such a way that it is easy to replace us with new people if we do not fulfill our responsibilities towards our peoples. Only with a strong and corruption-free democracy and with institutions that protect it will society get on its feet properly, since wealth is distributed more evenly and people have the opportunity to claim their human rights. A society where citizens feel that they are treated fairly is more able to avoid conflicts, and in the absence of autocratic and greedy leaders, wars of aggression are not started either. When we politicians see injustice in our society, we cannot outsource the responsibility to anyone else. We should look in the mirror and say to ourselves, you need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, nous appelons le
We now call upon Benin to take the podium, Mr. Apiti.
Madame
Carolina Cerqueira, Speaker of the Parliament of Angola. Speakers of Parliament and heads of delegation, colleagues. I'd like, firstly, on behalf of the delegation of Benin, to express our gratitude and our sincere congratulations for the very successful conference that's been organised here and for the warm welcome and the fraternity that's been extended to us by the Angolan people. I'd like to begin my statement with a quote. War is born in man's sinful heart. With a new heart, we can give rise to peace. This quote was part of the message of Pope John Paul II on the occasion of World Peace Day, the 1st of January 1984. And it's a quote that enables me to begin my statement about the topic that we're here to discuss, and to mention the factors that can undermine peace and how they're being exacerbated, which is sometimes leading to very lethal conflicts in several regions of the world. As parliamentarians, our responsibility is in place, and the power that our peoples give us must enable us to promote a culture of peace through democratic and inclusive elections, including ones that elect women, who are often more predisposed to the ideals of peace and justice. In this regard, my country, Benin, has voted in a law that revised our constitution and set up a new electoral code, which has improved women's representation, which is now at 26.6% in our 9th legislature under the leadership of Louis Gbehunu Flavonu. Ladies and gentlemen, still thinking about how we can preserve peace, the Parliament of Benin has ratified a number of conventions, and we've adopted legislation that seeks to fight capital laundering and the funding of terrorism and corruption. At the institutional level, our quest for efficiency and effectiveness has also led us to adopt legislation creating a Court of Auditors, an independent electoral body, and an independent National Electoral Commission, as well as a court for economic crimes and terrorism, to mention a few examples. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to emphasize that to govern our planet in a way that shores up peace and justice, and in a way that's led by strong institutions, we advocate the furthering of the reforms that are underway at the UN Security Council. We need to broaden out the right to veto to Africa and other emerging countries. We also advocate for the bolstering of conflict prevention measures through increased diplomacy, cooperation, and mediation. We advocate for the development of a culture of tolerance and negotiation as a means of managing crises and potentially conflictual situations. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we advocate for a lasting peace, which is the main driver of balanced, inclusive, and harmonious development of our nations and the world. Long live peace in our hearts, in our thoughts, in our words, and in our deeds. Long live the Interparliamentary Union. Irini I tipota, as the Greek would say, and we would say, as a translation of that, peace or nothing. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We now call upon Burkina Faso, Ms. Fofana.
Madame la Présidente.
Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of assemblies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola on the excellent organization of this session, and may I also thank you on behalf of the delegation of Burkina Faso and in my own personal capacity. Thank you for your particularly warm welcome and hospitality, which has been extended to us ever since we arrived in your beautiful country. I would also like to convey the warm greetings of Dr. Usman Nkrumah. In particular, I would like to thank the authorities of this country and the entire Angolan population for all the measures taken to ensure the success of our work. Madam, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in a global context that bears the stamp of the harmful effects of climate change and terrorism, cyber attacks, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, a deepening of poverty, and above all, the clear-cut will of certain powers to impose their vision on the rest of the world. This seriously threatens our existence. The IPU works for justice, peace, and strong institutions. That's the theme for our general debate, which obviously has proven extremely important and highlights the role of Parliament in society. As representatives of people in all their diversity, and in addition to ensuring democratic oversight of government action on behalf of the people, we must educate people, promote peace, foster a culture of tolerance and peaceful coexistence. Certain world powers, through their statements and action, undermine the multilateral system and international cooperation. Others decide not to abide by the rules or adopt a laissez-faire attitude despite violent, repeated attacks on the universal pillars of freedom, equality, solidarity, tolerance, national sovereignty, and respect for nature. Ladies and gentlemen, to cope with this situation, we must work to enlist citizens and ensure they trust our institutions, facilitate access to justice, and fight poverty. Likewise, urgent action is indispensable to invest in effective solutions to protect children and bring about the empowerment of women and young people. At the end of 2022, 108.2 million people were displaced forcibly in the world. That's an increase of 19 million compared with the end of 2021. And it's 2.5 times more than 10 years ago. In order to attain SDG 16 by 2030, measures need to be taken to reestablish trust and reinforce the ability of institutions to guarantee justice for all and bring about peaceful transition towards sustainable development. More than ever before, we must therefore reassure our citizens, give them courage so together we can put a definitive end to conflict and take up the challenge of a world more based on solidarity. We must continue our efforts to ensure that action and initiatives taken together by the international community increase the attainment of SDGs by the deadline. Madam President, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the population of my country, Burkina Faso, is calling for the right to exist and to live decently in peace, freely choose their institutions in line with the socio-cultural conditions that obtain in the country. All these things will enable our country to be strong and meet the aspirations for peace and development. We hold out our hands to the entire world with a view to bringing about a peaceful existence. Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we would have liked that the 21st century be a century of peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, our wish will not be fulfilled. There are foci of tension, and the powerful in the world seem complicit to reverse this trend. A bit of will is required on their part. It is high time for parliamentarians to play their role. It is time for parliamentarians to play their role on a national level within international parliamentary institutions as well, institutions like the IPU, with a view to achieving good world governance and fulfilling the legitimate aspirations of our people. Madam, ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to conclude without inviting my colleagues fully to play their parliamentary role in order, on a daily basis, to meet the expectations of our populations which aspire to peace and justice. Sustainable development. Madam, please, your speaking time is over. I apologize, but you must now wind up. I now call on Rwanda, Mrs. Nyirasafari.
Madam Speaker of Parliament of Angola, Excellencies, distinguished participants, on behalf of the Rwandan delegation, let me start by expressing my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the National Assembly of Angola for the successful organization of this assembly. I also extend my appreciation to the people of Angola for their warm welcome and the generous hospitality. Excellencies, dear colleagues, 29 years ago, Rwanda had no future because of the genocide against the Tutsi, where everything was a priority. Thus, the leadership of Rwanda has spearheaded governance reforms to consolidate peace, build strong and accountable public institutions, create a safe and stable environment conducive for investment. In light of that background, the government of Rwanda has integrated and domesticated the SDGs in its long-term development aspirations, and many achievements have been realized. The fifth population and housing census conducted in 2022 showed that sustained economic growth over the past 2 decades has translated into improved well-being of citizens, including increase of life expectancy to 69.6 years in 2022 from 51 years in 2002. Rwanda's homegrown solutions drawn from our culture and history have significantly contributed to the promotion of social cohesion. After the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, Gacaca courts, which are community-based dispute resolution mechanisms, were established not only to deliver justice, but also to strengthen reconciliation. As the result, the Rwandan Reconciliation Barometer 2020 showed that the status of reconciliation in Rwanda is 94.7%. The model of governance of Rwanda is citizen-centered that fosters citizens' trust and satisfaction. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the SDG 16 impacts other goals, increased accountability, greater citizen participation in decision-making process, and increased transparency have positive effects on social protection, equal opportunities, and poverty reduction. Therefore, as representatives of citizens, we should play a vital role in advancing progress towards SDG 16. In my country, Rwanda, the Parliament contributes significantly to the implementation of the SDGs through the exercise of its functions. The Parliament of Rwanda reviews and approves the budget related to the implementation of the SDGs and monitors the implementation through its oversight function to ensure that allocated resources reach intended beneficiaries and results. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, getting sustainable peace and building effective institutions depends on good and strong leadership and synergy among institutions in the implementation of policies. Therefore, we should put our efforts together to turn sustainable development goals into actions. In conclusion, lasting peace and social cohesion cannot be achieved without involvement of women and young people. Therefore, we should raise our voice for high representation of women and youth in conflict prevention and peace support processes at all levels. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You can take the floor. Now, I would like to call Outreach Mr. Lopatka, please.
Oh, thank you very much for announcing me 3 times, Madam Speaker, honorable speakers, colleagues and friends. First of all, let me thank you, our hosts, for your great hospitality in enabling to coming together within 1 year, second time in Africa, and we will vote for an African president. So I think it is a good sign that IPU is focused on the fastest growing continent on this planet. Unfortunately, the global situation has worsened dramatically. We in Europe see first the ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, but now the recent terror by Hamas against Israeli civilians, and now the war in Gaza and the human tragedy in Gaza shows how difficult the situation is. And what I want to say is it is crucial for all parties to seek peaceful solutions and prioritize the safety and well-being of the civilians. I'm really a little bit disappointed that we were not able to find a way for emergency item here. Yes, we see this brutal terrorist attack of Hamas as a real tragedy, not only for Israel, but also for the Gaza. Furthermore, let me quote the Secretary General of the United Nations. He said, even in this worst of times, it is vital to look to the long-term horizon and avoid irreversible action that would embolden extremists and doom any prospects for lasting peace. Colleagues, I would like to come back to our topic of the general debate. SDG 16 focuses on the promotion of peace, justice, and strong institutions. And it is important to see these cornerstones within a broader framework for sustainable development goals. The 10 targets of SDG 16 contain a wide spectrum: child protection, the establishment of a robust rule of law, concerns surrounding arms trade, anti-corruption, and the cultivation of more resilient institutions, which is very important. And here, parliaments play a crucial role, because parliaments are the heart of functioning political systems. Without parliaments, you cannot have a functioning political system. I am fully convinced by this, what I said now, because we are the voice of the people. We are elected by the people for a certain time. So we have to work hard to be re-elected. We are in a very strong position, speaking of the budget in our countries, but also speaking of the accountability of our governments. So robust parliaments also play a big role to strengthen other important state institutions, including an independent judiciary, but also engage and encourage non-governmental organizations to participate in our work. Therefore, it is very important that we as parliamentarians do everything that United Nations can reach the goals of the SDGs. And I am pleased that I can say that the Sustainable Development Report 2023, published by UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, ranks our country, a small country, Austria, on the 5th place out of 166 countries. But we need to continue with our work, and we have to encourage all our colleagues that we, at the end of the day, can say Agenda 2030 was a success story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inai. Now I will call Oman. Mr. Inai from Oman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Thank you, distinguished delegates, colleagues, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is a pleasure for me to thank the Republic of Angola for the excellent organization and hospitality extended to us. Thank you also to the National Assembly of Angola and to the Inter-Parliamentary Union for having invited us to take part in the work of the 147th Assembly of the IPU. A special thanks goes to those who have organized this assembly. Dear colleagues, when we received the invitation to this assembly, we saw that we were facing important challenges given the lack of strength of institutions and human rights organizations which should be working to achieve a fairer, more just society. There is international law which upholds human rights. We also know what is happening in our world, atrocities in many areas, and above all in Palestine and the Gaza Strip, where there are violations of the most fundamental human rights. These events and the political stances taken by countries on an international level. Well, given all this, we note there are a number of changes which will have a long-term impact, which will not necessarily be positive. A quick glance at the international situation of human rights shows that human rights are not being respected. The life of women, the life of children, are threatened. We are living very dark times, so we must work together and adopt all the possible measures to put an end to these violations and massacres in Gaza and around the world, to preserve and respect human rights in a fairer, more humane way, so that we all, wherever we may live, can live with dignity, as we all wish.
My speech with a sentence I prepared myself, and I hope you will all agree with me. Peace cannot be achieved by force, and force can only be gained by peace. I repeat again, peace cannot be achieved by force, and force can only be gained by peace. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. Now I call j'appelle la République tchèque.
I call on the Czech Republic, Mr. Wurtko.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my thanks and congratulate Angola to hosting and organizing such an important global event. It is a big task, and you have been able to deal with it very well. Great job. Our presence here, for me, as well as for my country, has a deeply symbolic meaning. It is now 40 years after a group of Czechoslovaks was kidnapped here in Angola, and the IPU has adopted a resolution demanding their release. I may have easily been amongst them, as my father was working here in Alto Katumbela, and the whole family was in Angola with him, including me, a 2-year-old boy. We left not a long time before this. The rest of the group went through a lot of struggle and suffering before their final release. So, due to my stay here as a child, I feel a personal connection to Angola, and thus I am very happy that the country now lives and develops in peace. And peace, justice, and strong institutions are also amongst the topics of interest of our Assembly. Due to the present situation in the world, something I would call an outbreak of wars, there is probably not a more urgent topic nowadays. Human rights are violated at large scale, and atrocities happen all over the globe. Let me, for instance, mention Russian aggression in Ukraine or Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. It seems we are not able to prevent or bring and enforce justice for such horrible acts. Without peace, we are also in danger of not being able to achieve many of our SDGs. This is an overwhelming task of its own, with many social and economic challenges. And by wars, we put the humankind long-term future under a serious threat. It is a threat that is very tricky, as wars may easily lead to other wars and harms. As we've seen in the history again and again, such vicious cycles are very difficult to break. It is our obligation as representatives of the peoples to find instruments to improve the situation, both in our home countries and internationally. We hoped in the past that institutions like the United Nations or international courts would be able to do it. It seems that it is not enough, and we would need to work further on the improvement of international law and system. But to be successful, we also need to work on ourselves as humans, to be able to overcome our differences, put aside hatred, prejudices, and find a common ground for the future, not the past. Because we are in Africa, I would like to pinpoint one African experience from which we can and should learn a lot. A year ago, on the IPU Assembly, I was deeply moved by the way how people in Rwanda were able to recover after the genocide. And in this respect, I am sure that the future president of the IPU from Africa could do a lot in helping us find better ways to end wars, bring so needed peace, and successfully recover as humanity. At the end, let me also thank Duarte Pacheco for his work and effort for the parliamentarism as the IPU president. Under his mandate, the IPU has come a long way forward. Hopefully, we will be able to move even further in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now we'd like to call Algerian, Mr. Oussaïa.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah the Merciful, the Compassionate, Speaker of the Assembly of Angola, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure for me and for the members of my country's delegation to take part in the work of this Assembly. I would like, first of all, sincerely to thank the State of Angola for the very good organization and hospitality. And may I convey to all of you, and above all, the Speaker of the Angolan National Assembly, may I convey to you the greetings from both chambers of the Algerian Parliament, the President of the Duma and the Speaker of the National Assembly. I would also like to send our greetings to the President of the Republic of Angola, Mr. Lourenço, who has worked so hard for peace in Africa and who is a very great person and who has supported Palestine. The theme for the general debate, justice, peace, and strong institutions, SDG 16, to achieve sustainable development. Well, in light of all this, we must wonder how we can talk about peace and justice when we are witnessing massacres and violence in the Gaza Strip and occupied Arab territories, violations of human rights, and the provisions of international law, the destruction of homes, the homes of 2 million people. More than ever before, we need, as parliaments, to work more effectively towards justice, peace, and strong institutions. We need to work in the IPU to take up the challenges of sustainable development. We must also insist on the link between all these goals with peace and self-determination. Israeli aggression against Gaza makes it very difficult to attain sustainable development goals in our region. The forced displacement and assassination of women, children, civilians, the destruction of mosques, churches, and hospitals, all this undermines the efforts of our parliaments and the credibility of our governments vis-à-vis our peoples. We must therefore work hard to resolve this situation on an international level. We haven't been able to prevent this injustice. We have achieved great achievements when it comes to sustainable development goals. We must work hard to reinforce social justice. We wish to reiterate our national and international commitments in this area. The idea, of course, is to better serve our peoples through good governance and justice. Our constitution was recently amended, and we are working towards quite a radical change in the manner in which we take up international challenges. In Algeria, we have adopted a global approach. We cannot accept interference in the domestic affairs of countries. We advocate peaceful resolution of conflicts, international dialogue, and we wish to reiterate our support for the non-aligned movement. We do not distinguish between the fight against colonialism and the achievement of the SDGs. We think the Palestinian people has a legitimate right to create its own state with a capital in East Jerusalem based on international resolutions. The Western Sahara is also a matter of colonialism, and we need to refer to the UN Committee in this area. Finally, Madam Speaker, we have millions of martyrs, and we would like to say that state terrorism as waged today is unacceptable. In Algeria, we suffered for 30 years from this kind of genocide, and now we have a generation which was able to remedy the situation. We firmly believe that the time will come for the Palestinian people too. I believe that Parliament should reflect the will of people, and people have gone into the streets to protest against the current situation in Palestine. How can we sit here in an international organization how can we return to our countries and say that the IPU has not adopted a stance given the violation of the human rights of Palestinians? We mustn't just get lost in words and speeches. We have to work to reform the statutes of this organization. Finally, Madam Speaker, to what extent can we reform the inner working of this organization? Many Palestinians, women, children, will have been assassinated between now and then.
Sorry. And now I would like to call United Arab Emirates, Mr. Osaya. No, Mr. Al-Nuaimi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي كارولاينا.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Carolina Cerqueira, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, Parliamentarians. Today we meet on the occasion of the 147th Interparliamentary Union Assembly. We gather here to address a topic on which we all agree, namely parliamentary action for peace, justice and solid institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we all wanted to join the Interparliamentary Union, and we all subscribed to the statutes of the IPU and to the principles and values of this organization. Those principles and those values call for the establishment of peace, the promotion of democracy, and the adoption of dialogue to find solutions to conflict. Unfortunately, however, at this assembly and at previous assemblies, we have realized that we were not here to be part of the solution. We are not contributing to these assemblies to put forward solutions to the various crises that are battering the world. We are here to take a stance, to take firm positions, to say what we want to say without regard for the consequences of what we say. We're simply here to make statements. Ladies and gentlemen, we have inherited crisis and division. We have inherited divergences of various types, and all of this has given rise to a resurgence of problems around the world that has led to an increase in hate speech. And we as parliamentarians have many divisions among us which have been exacerbated. And all of this has impacted our actions at the local, regional and international levels. We need champions of peace. We need architects of peace. We need people who believe in peace. We need people who are truly determined to make sacrifices in the name of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I am from the United Arab Emirates, this country of friendship, of peace, of coexistence, and of positive partnerships. We are deeply convinced by the benefits of peace. Peace will serve the interests of all of us. Crises and tensions should not prevail, because if they do, we will all end up losing from the various crises around the world. I urge you to overcome these areas of difference. Let's all be part of the solution. It's important for us to be instruments of cohesion. We see a number of crises around the world, in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, in Ukraine, and many other places. And we are here simply to take a stance, but we forget that we should shoulder our responsibilities. We must take our responsibilities, which involves in ensuring peace and stability, in ensuring a more prosperous future for future generations, a future of coexistence. Recently, we have listened to many hate speeches. We have heard the desecration of religion. We've heard hate speech that's being disseminated. And this will mean we take decades to resolve our problems. What are we handing down as our legacy to future generations? We inherited crises, tensions, wars. What will we leave as our legacy to future generations? It falls to us to be architects of peace. Dear IPU members, you know that we have all subscribed to the statutes of this institution and to the rules of procedure, and we should continue to espouse them. We continue to hear speeches that are in flagrant violation of the UN Charter, in flagrant violation of humanitarian law and human rights. But this type of speech also goes against the rules of this House. We are a single family, a single team, and we should go back to our populations and to the entire world with a message that will enable peace to be promoted. We need peace. We need prosperity and well-being, and that is what we are seeking to achieve for the whole world without exception. I know that I've run out of time. So in conclusion, I would simply like to thank the government, parliament and people of Angola. And I would also like to thank the President and Secretary General of the IPU and the whole team behind them. Thank you for being here, and I wish you every success in your work.
Amo Cuba, la Senora Marie Machado.
I now call on Cuba. Speaker, dear colleagues, Africa is humanity. The veins of the people of Cuba are filled with African blood. And on African soil there is Cuban blood. Africa is part of our history, our identity and our culture. For those reasons, we're delighted to come to Luanda and participate in this 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, which is debating the role of parliaments to ensure peace, social justice and strong institutions. We're grateful to Angola for its hospitality. Excellencies, the right to live in peace and security with justice and freedom is being constantly threatened by the effects of multidimensional and interconnected global crises, which are exacerbated by the recent pandemic. This calls on governments to work more efficiently and with understanding and unity. The great problems facing humanity can only be resolved through cooperation and solidarity, not the use of force or confrontation. As representatives of the interests and aspirations of our peoples, we defend multilateralism. We reject all laws, including non-conventional wars, attempts to reimpose a unipolar international order, the pillaging of natural resources, the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, oppressions of all type, and all aggressions that undermine peace and international stability and undermine respect for the UN Charter. Excellencies, in Cuba, through its political institutions and civil society organizations, and within the framework of its legislation, the people participates in the work of government. We have policies, laws and programs that are participated in by the people. The main obstacle to well-being for Cubans and in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030 is the economic, commercial and financial blockade that's been imposed upon us by the government of the United States of America, which has been done unilaterally and illegitimately for more than 6 decades. On top of that, we suffer from 243 additional coercive measures that have a negative impact on our economy, on our progress as a country, and on the health and well-being of the Cuban population. Despite that, Cuba has been able to move forward in implementing and achieving the SDGs, and we will continue to cooperate with other countries in that regard. Excellencies, we support the Secretary General of the United Nations' urgent call to put an end to war, an immediate ceasefire in all corners of the world, and for the rejection of sanctions that can undermine countries' abilities to solve their problems. We reiterate that it will not be possible to achieve peace and justice if the most powerful nations renege on their commitments to international instruments on disarmament, that militarize cyberspace, that impose unilateral sanctions and coercive measures, and that seek to undermine sovereign governments through non-conventional warmongering. We need a fair international order that's democratic and balanced. We need to eliminate the root causes of hunger and inequality. We need to promote sustainable development for all peoples. And we need to overcome the conflicts that run counter to peace and international security. It's painful to see the loss of human life on both the Israeli and the Palestinian side. Cuba ratifies its previous position. We call for an end to the warmongering rhetoric, and we reaffirm our support for a wide-ranging, fair and lasting solution to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, which is the consequence of 75 years of illegal occupation and the violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people on its own territory. May the gunfire and the genocide stop. Free Palestine. Excellencies, I could not conclude my remarks without confirming the commitment of Cuban parliamentarians to take a very active role in building that better world that is possible, necessary and urgent for human survival. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Call Libya, Salim.
بسم الله. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me firstly to express, on behalf of the Libyan people and in my own capacity, the salutations of Islam. May the mercy and blessings of God be upon you. I convey my greetings on the occasion of the 147th IPU Assembly, and I'd also like to express our gratitude to the President, Government and Parliament of Angola for having welcomed this International Assembly here. Ladies and gentlemen, peace, justice and strong institutions can only be achieved if we have stability, the rule of law and independent institutions that are able to rise to the various challenges that they face. So we can achieve none of the sustainable development goals without that. And we're thinking, of course, about the noble goal to which all nations are aspiring. We can't overlook that SDG 16 that we're here to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a polarized world. There are many divisions in various parts of the globe, and in many regions we can also see prosperity, stability and peace. There are regions of the world that are currently being subjected to cycles of war, terrorism, poverty and famine on a periodic basis, and this has negative consequences on their development. That's why, firstly, we need to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 16, particularly given the wars and natural disasters that are currently unfolding in various parts of the world. We also face famines. We face a number of other difficulties that pose an obstacle to sustainable development and thwart the development of strong institutions. There are countries in which chaos reigns, and we can see that the conditions that face populations differ from one country to another. I'm talking about economic and social conditions and also access to natural resources. That's why we should examine the status and the situation of each country separately. We could also draw on the expertise that other countries have garnered. there are other challenges that are being noted and detracting from trust in public institutions. We should find solutions to violence and rise to the challenges that we face in the economic, social, and cultural realms. To be able to overcome all of these challenges and reform legislation, we need to reform judicial and security systems, and we need to restore the rule of law and ensure the transparency of the various public and private institutions. Furthermore, we can only achieve the rule of law if we go to the causes of and reasons for poverty, because today that gap is widening, and we will fail to achieve the SDGs if we don't do this. The media also have a key role to play. We should encourage them to raise public awareness, disseminate culture, spread openness, and media institutions should take a commitment to not disseminating hate speech. What's more, the democratic legitimacy of our countries should not be an excuse to undermine the law. We should promote education, and we should consolidate our programs in a responsible way so that we can promote the principles of democracy and accountability at all levels. To that list, we should add the fight against corruption within our public institutions, the establishment of a justice system that might be immune to corruption. Women should also have their role bolstered within parliaments and in the various other institutions. And it's important to be able to promote women's participation at all levels. Parliamentary committees should also be called upon to prepare periodic reports that will enable us to examine the progress that's been made in parliamentary institutions. In conclusion, allow me to greet the Palestinian people, the courage of the Palestinian people. I applaud the sacrifices that they have made in the face of this systematic war by Israel against the Gaza Strip. We applaud those who have made sacrifices to promote and defend the Palestinian cause. The parliaments of the entire world should shoulder this responsibility. It's important for the parliaments of the world to shoulder that responsibility and to defend the principles that will enable us to put an immediate and definitive end to this problem and the war in Palestine to ensure a two-state solution.
Mexico, Madame Carvajal Izunzo, e que se prepara le Peru.
Muy estimadas.
Colleagues at the Interparliamentary Union, this morning my colleagues on the Mexican delegation have shown me the honor of allowing me to take the floor on behalf of all of my delegation regarding the topic that's here to be discussed at this assembly: peace, justice, and strong institutions. As a nation, Mexico has tirelessly fought for the peaceful solution of conflicts. We need to find a lasting way to resolve conflicts and promote a fairer world. We believe that peace is an inalienable right that every people has a right to, and it's a value that all peoples share. Historically, my country has committed to diplomacy that advocates for dialogue and negotiation as the primordial tools to achieve peace. As global players, we've seen the devastating effects of violence in many parts of the world. And today, unfortunately, We are suffering again from its egregious effects in my country as a result of the rise in violence from drug trafficking. We stand convinced that peace is the path that we should all be treading. We believe that there can be no peace without justice. Justice is the cornerstone of a fair and peaceful society. Historically, our nation has been based on the fight for social justice, and that's why we believe in freedom, equality, and democracy, as well as fairness to ensure social peace. These are basic principles that we should convert into solid, strong institutions that enable the exercise of fundamental rights to ensure justice and maintain peace. No country, including Mexico, is sheltered from problems. We can all suffer from populism and extremism, and that's why we need to foster debate and pluralism in respectful parliaments. We need to encourage diversity as the driver of our debate without falling into ideological extremism. We should foster majority consensuses that lead to good global governance. We believe in multilateralism and international cooperation as means to tackle shared challenges and build a safer and fairer world. Evidence of that comes in the form of Mexico's tireless efforts on important institutions and bodies like this one. Mexicans are aware that global and regional cooperation should be our focus in a world in which we don't operate in isolation. Our problems are shared and we need to work on them in a global way. We can only take one position. We need to build the global institutional architecture that we need. We are firmly in favor of that. Thank you.
Gracias. Amo ahora el senador Paredes do Peru y j'ai l'honneur de...
I now call upon Peru, and it's an honor to present my colleague from Algeria, who will be chairing the next part of our session.
Buen día.
Good morning. Benjamin Franklin said, "Either we walk together towards peace, or we will never find it." President of the IPU, Duarte Pacheco. Carolina Cerqueira, Speaker of the Assembly. Distinguished delegates of the entire world. I am from the Peruvian Congress. We bring our respectful greetings to everyone who's gathered here at the 147th IPU Assembly on behalf of the Congress of the Republic of Peru. I'd like to begin by thanking the Angolan people and its highest-ranking authorities for having helped to organize this 147th IPU Assembly. We thank them for their hospitality. We also express our gratitude to all the workers and staff who've made our stay so pleasant. The topic of this assembly is parliamentary action for peace, justice and solid institutions, and that falls in line with the 16th Sustainable Development Goal, which calls upon us to promote peaceful and inclusive societies. We can work on this in a number of ways in our daily parliamentary work, and one example of that is legislative initiatives. We can promote laws that grant well-being to citizens without discrimination. We can use them to respect human rights, to ensure good healthcare and education, and decent work, decent accommodation, and other rights, because we can't speak about peace and justice while ever we see our populations going down to the streets to demand better living conditions. Let's bring an end to hypocrisy and lies. We need to stay true to our electoral campaigns as politicians. We need to create trust in parliamentary institutions. Another aspect of our work relates to our need to ensure the accountability of those who lead in various bodies in our countries. We need to ensure that government policies focus on the need to satisfy basic requirements of our population and ensure good healthcare and education, decent accommodation, decent work that respects workers' rights, amongst other rights. The COVID-19 pandemic, when that occurred, led to many deaths around the world, and it also showed us firsthand how important healthcare is. We saw that in many cases, healthcare was just a theory. We needed to ensure that medicines were in the right place at the right time and decent work for healthcare professionals, among others. We're also seeing the effects of climate change now, which is negatively affecting our populations. We need to exercise self-criticism along with our other leaders to ensure that we protect our populations. It's never too late to do something for our families. We shouldn't leave them to their own devices. We need to move forward with peace and justice. Finally, I have a few thoughts to share at this 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union on behalf of the Congress of the Republic of Peru. Firstly, as human beings, we need to commit to putting an end to human trafficking, particularly affecting children in orphanages and elsewhere. We need to bring in strict laws to bring the perpetrators to justice. Secondly, we need to bolster the position of women and ensure that they have the same opportunities as men. They should be involved in democratic institutions such as the UN, the WHO, and others. The Interparliamentary Union should lead by example, and it's about to elect a female president, which is an excellent thing. Finally, it's equally important to focus on the human right to life. We shouldn't allow there to be more deaths. There is no justification for taking someone's life. Nobody should be murdering children. We, as leaders of the world and teachers of the world, need to stay true to our messages to our students. We need to bring an end to this constant aggression. We need to ensure the right to human life, which is inalienable, and we shouldn't be cowardly in this. We shouldn't allow money to destroy humanity. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call on the United Kingdom, Mrs. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the country and people of Angola. You have given us an incredibly warm welcome here at our 147th Assembly. We could not have felt more at home. This Assembly is focusing on the UN's Sustainable Development Goal 16, the delivery of that goal, which talks about peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now, if there's anybody in this room who doesn't want peace, then they probably shouldn't be here. This is something we are all striving to achieve. It's the reason we get elected. It's the reason that we serve. But to have long-term sustainable peace needs to have certain bedrocks. One of those is a justice system that the people can believe in. That means a justice system that delivers justice quickly, that makes sure it's swift and transparent, and that people understand how justice is being delivered. And the bedrock of that is strong institutions. So that's what I want to focus on in my few minutes today. Strong institutions are absolutely essential, and we're clearly standing here in a building that is a strong institution. This is a building that dominates the skyline of Luanda, and it's here that the people of Angola can look to ensure that they know that their leaders are being held to account, because that's what parliaments do. We hold our leaders to account. We need to be able to scrutinise. We need to be able to make sure that our leaders are delivering on the goals that they have set themselves, including the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And to do that, we need capability and capacity. Parliaments have to be fully representative of the people that they represent. All parts of society need to be parts of Parliament, as they do of the Interparliamentary Union. That means we need women. We need members of the LGBT+ community. We need people of different colours, religions, disabilities. We need different ages. These are all essential because we cannot represent the people who send us to our institutions and make them strong institutions unless we are fully representative. And let us remember why we are sent to our institutions, why we choose to do this job. We do it to serve. We don't do it for power's sake. We do it because we wish to serve the people who send us to these institutions. And strong institutions are full of people who are there to serve. Institutions are weak when people are there merely for the sake of being in power. Leadership is a key part of this. And I want to cite one example of that service and leadership that has already been referenced in this assembly. And it was referenced by my friend, the Speaker of the Irish Senate, and that is the Good Friday Agreement, which is 25 years old this year. It was leadership, statecraft, and compromise that got to the point that ended those decades of troubles, that made power sharing possible in a devolved assembly, but also set up other institutions, to foster stronger relationships between all the nations that make up the British Isles, to make stronger institutions between the Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, the North-South institutions. Now, the thing about those leaders was they recognised that this isn't a zero-sum game, that we can all win, that it is possible for all sides to have a victory if peace can be delivered, even if compromises are needed along the way. And those strong foundations built by the Good Friday Agreement are still in place. We also have to be aware of absolutism. There isn't a situation where the world is 100% with you or 100% against you. There are variations, there are degrees. Absolutism is a danger to our democracies. We need to think about the ranges of views and viewpoints. As my constituents would say, if I told them that something was absolute, they would tell me it was utter codswallop, and I would tell them that they were right. Life isn't about absolutism, life is about degrees. So I call on the IPU to help us all deliver peace, to help us to abide by the rule of law, and to make sure that we go from this assembly remembering that we need strong institutions to uphold democracy and human rights. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you. I now call on Kenya, Mrs. Muma.
The President of the IPU Assembly, honorable members of the Interparliamentary Union, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great honor to address this 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union here in Luanda, Angola, in this beautiful House of Parliament. On behalf of the Parliament of Kenya, I render my most sincere gratitude to the Interparliamentary Union leadership and the Angolan government for according us a warm welcome. Our gathering here this week under the theme Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions enables us to align priorities of our legislatures with the noble dreams behind Sustainable Development Goal 16, one of the 17 adopted by world leaders in September 2015, to mobilize efforts to end all forms of poverty, fight inequalities, and tackle climate change while ensuring that no one is left behind. SDG 16 provides a robust framework for promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2010, the people of Kenya, through a national referendum, approved a new constitution that radically transformed the governance structure and body politic in Kenya. The main theme of the Kenyan constitution is the vision to implement human rights and the principle of equity and equality and a people-centered governance. Since then, devolution has played a critical role in addressing regional imbalances, promoting inclusion of minorities and marginalized groups, and promoting peace by ensuring equitable resource distribution. The Parliament of Kenya, in line with its constitutional mandate, has fully facilitated this process through robust overview and review of legal and policy framework to anchor these constitutional reforms. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 contains a number of provisions that relate to peace and justice while also providing a solid foundation for strong national institutions. It provides for devolved governance with 47 county governments and 1 national government. These provisions include provisions on national values and principles of governance, the rule of law, the Bill of Rights, equality and non-discrimination, independent commissions, devolution, and finally, the Constitution also provides that any treaty ratified by Kenya forms part of the laws of Kenya. Honorable members, because of this, the planning system in Kenya ensures that our national plans, our vision is aligned to the international obligations that we signed to, including the SDGs. Excellencies, distinguished guests, a number of challenges have been identified and pose barriers to effective parliamentary action for peace, justice, and the quest for strong national institutions. These hurdles come in the form of political polarization, corruption, personal risks arising from political intolerance, lack of requisite expertise and capacity, and resource constraints. In order to ensure effective parliamentary action to enhance Kenya's progress towards achieving peace, justice, and having in place strong institutions, the following measures are being adopted for purposes of Kenya. Efforts are being made to ensure there is adequate funding and capacity building so that parliaments can be well-resourced for effective functioning. There is need for enhanced investment in the training of parliamentarians, strengthening programs for members and staff, and enhancing their understanding of issues relating to peace, justice, and strong institutions. There is also the issue of engaging with civil society organizations and the public as part of the principle of public participation in the Kenyan Constitution. There is also the issue of international cooperation, where we need to collaborate with each other as is in this forum to provide valuable resources and expertise for conflict resolution and institution building, and conflict resolution not just locally, but internationally as well. There is need to put in place monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to help track progress and identify areas that need improvement. And of course, there is a need to combat corruption and promote transparency and accountability in governance as we move on. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, I wish to reiterate that the Assembly's theme, Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, underscores the integral role of parliamentary bodies in shaping societies that are characterized by stability, fairness, and effective governance. Through legislation, oversight, diplomacy, and collaboration, parliaments can contribute to significantly building a world that upholds these principles of peace, justice, and strong institutions for the betterment of all the peoples of the world. At this point in time, being ambassadors of peace in a world that is increasingly getting ravaged by turmoil and conflict is calling parliamentarians, we can no longer run away from this issue.
Voulez-vous conclure, s'il vous plaît?
If you please wind up.
Needed to fully deploy parliamentary diplomacy in conflict resolution and peace building in nations and communities afflicted by conflict, that time is now. I therefore call upon you to step up to the plate and discharge this onerous task with diligence and commitment, knowing it's a service to humanity. In every region engulfed in conflict, we must be ready to reach out to warring groups with the famous words of Aristotle: it is not enough to win a war. It is more important to organize the peace. I thank you most sincerely.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you. I now call on Ukraine.
Honorable President, dear colleagues, distinguished Assembly of IPU, it's a huge honor to me to address you on the topic of Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. In this debate, we are all identifying key challenges, making political statements. But let me first return to what is behind this Sustainable Development Goal. What is behind our strive for peace? As the father of two children, I can tell you, we all want peace, not to see our children fear and cry from the sounds of bombs exploding nearby. We all want justice because when our home is destroyed by the invader, we need to rebuild it. We all want strong institutions because we want our rights to be protected and we want the truth to prevail. Unfortunately, recent armed conflicts have undermined our efforts to achieve global peace. I come to you from Ukraine, a country brutally invaded by the Russian Federation. As I'm speaking, Russians continue to launch missiles and shoot at Ukrainian soldiers and civilians deep on the Ukrainian soil. They deport our children. They ransack our towns. It has at least for 20 months already. This is not peaceful. This is not just. No strong institution stop this madness. Yet in this darkest time for all of us, I have a message of hope. Believe me, so much depends on each of us. Each of us can stand up and say the truth, aggression is crime. Each of us can come home and lobby our countries to join Ukrainians' peace formula, President Zelensky, to stop the war in line with international law, create a tribunal for the crime of aggression, receive compensation for the damage, exchange prisoners of war, protect the environment and ensure safety of nuclear power plants. The previous meeting on the peace formula of President Zelensky in Saudi Arabia was attended by representatives of over 40 states, including China, India, Brazil, South Africa. We need all your countries to join this initiative for a peaceful resolution to work. If we all join, the aggressor will have to count with our united position. We all can make our parliaments join the Crimea Platform, a parliamentary format of cooperation bringing attention to the Russian occupation of Crimea, Ukrainian Crimea, and the discrimination of the Muslims, indigenous people, Crimean Tatars. Right now, in these days, the second summit of the Crimea Platform is working in Czech Republic. This is a very active format. Please get engaged. Dear distinguished colleagues, we are elected in our position not to keep silent. We are elected to stand up and defend the trust. Let's be bold in our condemnation of crimes. Let's start writing the history of the new world, peaceful, just, with strong institutions. Let's start it here and now from the 147 IPU Assembly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I now call on Chad, Mr. Saleh, who will be speaking from his seat. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to congratulate Duarte Pacheco for his management of the Assembly, and I wish to greet you all and say that for the first time we have 4 women who are competing as president of the IPU. It's an historic moment. There can be no social justice, of course, without gender equality. At this assembly, we are witnessing the fact the world is in a difficult situation. We have the world of COVID, and wealth is growing, and thousands of people live on the sidelines without rights. There are forced displacements for economic, climate, political reasons. It's a difficult world, and it's a world hit by war, moreover. Terrorist groups act cruelly vis-à-vis the civilian population. There are state responses which deepen conflicts instead of solving them. Wars are being waged in the name of peace. The rights of a people are being destroyed in the name of the rights of other people. People call for humanity, yet humanitarian law is being violated. We know why there is war. Justice or injustice, as applied to a war, does not mean that you should not abide by the rules of international humanitarian law. We have to guarantee humanitarian corridors in Gaza. People call for recognition, but deny recognition to others. We have to stop and think. We try to justify war, yet children, adults, entire families are dying. War deepens inequality and poverty. There is a loss of human life, and in addition, there is a loss of economic resources, resources that should be used for health, for education, for science and technology. We can see this quite clearly in the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has plunged the world into a crisis and food shortages. My country, the Argentine Republic, has promoted peace, territorial integrity, and human rights. In 1937, an Argentine, Carlos Lama, received the Nobel Peace Prize because he was the main promoter of the anti-war pact of 1933. We defend the principle of territorial integrity because we ourselves have experienced the usurpation of land through armed forces. We continue to claim Argentine sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands, and we continue to do this through peaceful means. In terms of human rights, we are pioneers in trying to do away with state terrorism through democratic means. Civil cases, disputes are still before the courts to seek justice. Those who committed genocide are currently facing prison. Peace territorial integrity and human rights are the bedrock for the development of people. There can be no growth if there is the industry of war. We must give up the idea that wars are won or lost. There is no one who wins or loses. Everybody loses. War causes hunger around the world, and the world cannot bear with more suffering. We need strong democratic institutions in order to prevent coup d'etat. We must fight against hate speech. We must build independent justice. We cannot tolerate the fact that in many countries the judiciary hands down decisions based on economic and political interests. We need to have strong institutions. The role of parliaments is fundamental in this area. We have a major part to play building peace and creating a fairer world. Governments are the architects of peace, but we parliamentarians, as the Pope said, we are the craftsmen of peace. Our daily work is dialogue and negotiation and the quest for consensus, and that gives us a fundamental role to play. We create bridges, find paths, and find alternatives. We can share our experiences. I'm quite sure that the majority of parliamentarians meeting here think deeply about our tasks. I wish to address this message to all. Science, culture, sports, civil society, it's urgent. It is now that we must bring about peace so that our peoples can develop in the best possible world. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Brauer de l'Argentine.
I thank you, and I now call on Mr. Saleh from Chad. Thank you. Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I'm taking the floor to share with you our thoughts and our commitment to parliamentary action for peace and the attaining of SDG 16. That is one of the main missions of all parliaments. My delegation and myself are deeply honored and pleased to be present here in Angola, an African land of peace, fraternity, and solidarity. We are very pleased indeed to participate in this 147th Assembly of the IPU. As you already know, the main missions of Parliament are to vote laws and budget, represent the people, government oversight, and the adoption of public policies. We guarantee the rule of law, human rights, justice. To this end, parliaments have a very important part to play to help the society become fairer and more peaceful. Trust. The citizens' trust must be gained. We need a wide range of public policies in public health, for example. We need to improve our tax systems, and we need to take other measures to combat a drought and flooding and climate change. Parliaments can foster political participation and reinforce social cohesion, consolidate institutional legitimacy. Trust is necessary to help governments take up these social challenges represented by climate change. We need to develop the labor market. To reinforce citizens' trust in public institutions, institutions must bolster good governance and not just indulge in empty words. Of course, the decisions of Parliament have an impact on people's daily life. We need to show understanding, fully shoulder our responsibilities, repress reprehensible action. all this is necessary to gain people's trust. Chad, in its vision for 2030, seeks to maintain peace and reinforce international cooperation. We try to combat the social divide, and we seek to maintain national unity. We ensure nothing harms democracy. We don't want any kind of cultural, political, ethnic, or other forms of strife. Chad, in the long term, seeks to build a united country based on social justice. The path of democracy followed in Chad is our roadmap. The president of and head of our state seeks to guarantee peace, institutional continuity, the security of our people. We want to uphold our national sovereignty and foster an inclusive social dialogue. We have signed a peace agreement in Doha, in Qatar, with the political and military groups. In terms of implementation, we follow the principles espoused by this assembly, and Chad has developed a national development plan. We have a national strategy to combat poverty. We have a strategy to provide social welfare. We seek to build strong institutions, uphold human rights. We have created a standing committee to provide oversight in the achievement of SDGs, and there is obviously oversight of all public policies. We need to have strong institutions. This will create lasting trust amongst the people. We have to often change people's mindset in order to foster trust. The rule of law is something we parliaments uphold together with human rights. Democracy must protect the weakest against arbitrary decisions. We need to guarantee human dignity. Thus, in our 2030 vision, Chad seeks to reinforce good governance, the rule of law. We have emphasized the implementation of principles relating to good governance at all levels of the civil service and government. Through this action, we have also sought to improve public finances. Good governance should lay the foundations for lasting justice and peace, doing away with conflict. We want to ensure that all citizens feel they are fairly represented in our various institutions. We fight all factors that may threaten peace. Progress, of course, is being made towards achieving all these goals, and I wish to thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Salah.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Fuzzy of Tonga.
President of the 147th Assembly of the IPU, President of the IPU, distinguished colleagues and friends. I'm deeply honored for this opportunity, and I bring warm greetings to you all on behalf of the Legislative Assembly of the Kingdom of Tonga. May I take this opportunity to convey our most sincere gratitude to our gracious host here in the Republic of Angola for the excellent hospitality accorded to us since we arrived in your beautiful country. Madam President, the theme of the 147th IPU General Assembly, calling for parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions, is timely. We have a traditional saying that when one part of a group is heard, it can be felt by all. Therefore, as an IPU family, while we are separated by masses of oceans, it means that the impacts of war can be felt in all corners of the world, affecting all of us in some form or another in our daily lives. To that end, Madam President, we stand together in solidarity, calling for peace through negotiation and through our collective vision for peaceful coexistence. Madam President, from our hemisphere, the common adage, peace is not merely the absence of war, rings true. As soon as our citizens and our constituents feel any kind of threat to their livelihoods, to their homes, or regarding the future of their children, then peace has been undermined and consequently their fundamental freedoms. When we do not address these threats, then we risk eroding the trust of our people in us as their representatives and the trust in our parliamentary institutions. Having said that, the Legislative Assembly of the Kingdom of Tonga continues to amplify the call of small and vulnerable states in the Pacific to address the threats of the severe and irreversible impacts of climate change and natural disasters. To address this, in August this year, Tonga's parliament hosted a conference of the Pacific Islands Parliamentary Group, which is a unique forum for speakers and presidents of parliament from all across the Pacific and Oceania. The conference deliberated on the theme, Parliaments, Climate Change and Disasters, from Impacts and Science to Action. The outcome of this PIBG conference was the unanimous adoption of the Whangatapu Declaration, which emphasized that climate change and its irreversible effects undermine the full realization of a peaceful, secure, and sustainable future for the Pacific region. Hence, building on the PIBG, we echo the call of our fellow Pacific Island states in calling support for formal international recognition and definition for persons and communities displaced due to climate events. This will help mobilize and render the support required to address the climate injustice and to alleviate the burden of generational uncertainty on men, women, children, and marginalized populations at high risk of losing their homes permanently due to impacts of climate change. Madam President, in the spirit of the IPU's mandate for democracy for everyone, our parliamentary institutions must be responsive to our challenges so that we can channel appropriate action to promote peace, justice, and strong institutions that are relevant and trustworthy. Madam President, we wish you every success at this 147th IPU Assembly, and I thank you for the opportunity. Malo opito, thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. J'appelle à...
Thank you very much. I now call upon Mr. Ways of the Parliament of the Economic Community of West African States.
Madam President, respected presiding officers, delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. On behalf of the delegation from the ECOWAS Parliament and on my own behalf, I would like to thank you for extending this invitation and for the warm reception you have given to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Luanda. The occasion is the 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, a global gathering of world parliamentarians with a sole focus on bettering the lives of the people we represent. Permit me, Mr. President, to commend the conveners for the choice of the appropriate theme, parliamentary actions for peace, justice, and effective institutions. I cannot think of a better theme than this, as it is of high relevance to the world and for Africa in particular, given the deteriorating state of peace and security in recent times. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, since the end of the Second World War, various institutions, including the UN, have passed legal resolutions aimed at preventing threats of armed conflicts. As part of its mandate, the IPU has considered and adopted several resolutions aimed at preventing wars as well as restoring peace. The most recent example of such resolution is the resolution on the war in Ukraine, which was done in accordance with the international law and the United Nations Charter on Territorial Integrity, adopted by the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua, Indonesia, on the 23rd March of 2022. Mr. President, it is in this vein we observe with great concern the recent development in the fratricidal war between Israel and Palestine. As parliamentarians, we cannot remain indifferent to this tragedy that is causing massive destruction and numerous losses to human life. Therefore, the ECOWAS Parliament launches a vibrant appeal to this August Assembly to support any effort aimed at peacekeeping in that part of the world. On the African continent, and mainly in the West African region, many legal measures have been initiated and several community actions have been implemented to safeguard peace and justice. Principally, this protocol relating to the mechanism for conflict prevention, management, resolution, peacekeeping, and security adopted in Lomé on 10th of December 1999, and the supplementary protocol on December and good governance, on democracy and good governance adopted in Dakar on 21st December 2001. Under these provisions, ECOWAS was able to deploy ceasefire monitoring group, ECOMOC, in Liberia in August 1990, in Sierra Leone in May 1997, in Cote d'Ivoire 2002, Guinea-Bissau 1999. It is also gratifying to note that ECOWAS has adopted two visions, the current one being Vision 2020-2015, to prevent to perpetuate the achievement of democracy, preserve peace, and consolidate good governance. The vision comprises 5 pillars, the first of which is geared towards the quest for peace, security, stability. The objective is to make ECOWAS a secure, stable, and peaceful region. Madam Chair, it is sad to report that despite the measures taken at the international and regional level, peace and security are under serious threat from the armed conflicts and the surge of terrorism. Meanwhile, military coups have suddenly resurfaced in Africa in recent years. From 1998 to date, Africa has seen a total of 79 coups d'etats and attempted coups d'etats, half of which have occurred in West Africa alone. In just 3 years, a series of democratically elected governments in ECOWAS have been overthrown in Mali, 2020 and 2021, Guinea 2021, Burkina Faso 2022, and Niger 2023. Several coup attempts have also been reported in other countries. This is an opportunity for us to affirm our firm condemnation of coup d'etats as a means of gaining power, because this regional militarization leads to incessant insecurity. In response to the resurgence, the ECOWAS Authority of Head of State and Government decides to overhaul the mandate of the Community Standby Force by providing their 2022-2024 action plan for fight against terrorism. The ECOWAS stakeholders intend to strengthen the mandate of the Standby Force by deploying a brigade of 5,000 men to member countries that request it. Having given a brief review of the prevailing circumstances, especially in our region, I wish to reiterate that the choice of this main theme of this assembly is a welcome development. As members of parliament, we must acknowledge that democracy cannot prosper without peace, security, which should never be taken for granted. Consequently, parliaments must support the public institutions and play a crucial role in peace building and conflict prevention through the promotion of democratic and representative political system. This will not only help to prevent unrest, but also it's also essential in restoring post-conflict peace for sustainable development. Our hope is that this assembly will enable us to exchange good parliamentary practice in relation to the theme, with the aim of building parliaments that are democratically strong, representative, inclusive, resilient, endowed with the capacity of innovation and capable of resolving national and international disputes. Let me conclude by sharing with you the words of our Nobel Peace Prize winner, Desmond Tutu, where he stated that peace necessarily implies virtue, justice, wholesomeness, fullness, participation in decision-making, kindness, laughter, joy, compassion, and reconciliation. On this note of hope, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon the Parliamentary Assembly of the Community of Portuguese-Speaking Countries, Ms. Asangono.
Señora Presidenta, al tomar la palabra en este importante
Speaker, as I take the floor here, I would like to begin by expressing my thanks to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Her Excellency Carolina Cerqueira, for the warm reception and the hospitality that's been extended to the delegation of the CPLP as an observer member of the IPU. Since we reached this beautiful host country of the 147th IPU Assembly, we've been proud to be part of the Assembly of the Community of Portuguese-Speaking Countries, and I extend my greetings to the President and Secretary General of the IPU for the outstanding way in which they've organised this event. I also greet all the colleagues that are gathered here from member parliaments and representatives of international organisations. Excellencies, in July this year, we held the 12th Parliamentary Assembly of the CPLP under the theme of strengthening national laws to empower women and young people in Equatorial Guinea. There, we adopted some important decisions on the theme of women and young people. We set up a permanent secretariat for the CPLP, and we issued a call to continue maintaining electoral observer missions within the Portuguese-speaking world. The 9 countries of CPLP, Angola, Brazil, Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Portugal, Timor-Leste and Sao Tome and Principe, have asked me to convey to the Secretariat of the IPU that they represent a population of around 300 million people, and they would like the Portuguese language to be official at the IPU on an equal footing with the other official languages. Finally, I'd like to state that justice is the basis of respect for human rights and leads to social equality. It's key to maintaining peace in our countries, as is frank dialogue and progress at the economic level, strengthening of institutions, social cohesion and good governance to create trust on the part of the populations that we represent. To end my 3 minutes, I'll speak in Portuguese.
In my capacity of the acting president of the Parliamentary Assembly of CPLP, I congratulate IPU for the actions developed for over 1 century in favor of parliaments across the world. This shows how important this organization is in the struggle for justice and peace in the world. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon the Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, Mr. Baptista Leite.
Monsieur Baptista Leite, pardon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is an honor to be here in the beautiful city of Luanda for the IPU, representing the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, an organization that represents parliamentarians committed to health in more than 100 countries around the world. Obrigado, meu querido povo.
Thank you to my dear brother people of Angola.
Here, it is an honor to speak here because we have the power in our hands to change the destiny of our nations. There is no democracy without health. There is no economy without health. There is no justice without health. There is no peace without health. Yet we tend to move from crisis to crisis without fixing the structural problems that we encounter every time we go through them. We just went through a pandemic with COVID-19 that took more than 7 million lives across the planet, that cost our economies trillions of dollars, and that rose the poverty and inequality across the board. We, as parliamentarians, you, each of you, in each of your parliament, you have the power to prevent the next pandemic that will come. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So the Unite Parliamentarians Network calls on each and every one of you. We plead to you to support and to convince your governments to vote for a pandemic accord at the next World Health Assembly in May 24. We need to learn from the lessons in the past. There needs to be in the accord a firm commitment to an equitable system which ensures pandemic countermeasures available for all. And this includes vaccines. We are here in Africa, where during the COVID-19 pandemic, while people in the richer countries of the world were getting a second or a third dose of the vaccine, many African citizens were not getting any vaccine. This is unacceptable, and we must say never again. We need to ensure the financial instruments to help governments to be prepared to prevent the next pandemic, to be able to better respond when they happen, to make sure that the World Health Organization has the capacity to build sustainably the response that we need across the globe. And we need to commit to establishing a functioning accountability mechanism with monitoring that will allow us to detect outbreak threats and stop them from becoming pandemics. We call on all of you to participate in the hearings of the negotiation procedures, and after the accord is approved in May 2024, to make sure that each parliament where you sit ratifies the treaty or the accord and makes sure that you implement everything that is needed. So to end, Madam Chair, I ask each of you, how do you want to be remembered? How do you want future generations to look upon us? As the ones who were capable of preventing the next pandemic, or as the ones who failed? It's on our watch now. Let's get it right. It's time to unite. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Silberschmidt, the representative of the World Health Organization.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is a great honor that I'm addressing this assembly on behalf of the World Health Organization, and by starting to say that WHO is proud and grateful for the long-standing relationship with the IPU. Your Secretary General and our Director General have just renewed MOU to work very closely together. Recently, the WHO Eastern Mediterranean region has been severely hit by different crises, such as the floods in Libya and Syria, the earthquakes in Afghanistan and in Morocco, and the hostilities causing untold suffering in Israel and the Gaza Strip. WHO is at the forefront of the response to those and many others humanitarian crises, alongside with partners in the humanitarian response. Working closely with the local health authorities, WHO is there to ensure that the essential health services, medical supplies and care are delivered to affected people, the functionality of the health facilities restored, and disease surveillance and infectious disease controls are reinforced. Dear delegates, a month ago, the 78th United Nations General Assembly world leaders adopted a political declaration calling for a stronger international collaboration and coordination at the highest political level to better prevent, prepare for and respond to pandemics, as the United representative just also elaborated. The ongoing negotiations on the pandemic accord are intrinsically linked to the principles of equity and justice. Such accord has the potential to serve as a powerful instrument for rectifying existing health inequities and fostering a better prepared world, a more just one, in the face of future pandemics. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when the next pandemic will come. Promoting health, keeping the world safe and serving the vulnerable requires a sustained and consistent and realistically financing of WHO. This is why WHO member states have adopted a landmark decision to improve WHO's financing model. Last year, a 20% increase of the membership fee called assessed contribution was approved. This first increase, which will take effect in the 2024-2025 budget, is the first of several stepwise increases over the next 8 years, aiming at covering 50% of WHO's base budget for the core work with assessed contribution, which are the flexible and predictable sources of financing. This allows a more effective and efficient WHO, so we call on you to help us on this. We thank you for your support you have already provided to WHO as we work with all governments for the health of all citizens. As parliamentarians, you have the power to hold your governments to account to fulfill their commitments towards WHO and allocate respective budgets. We count on your support. Let me conclude by inviting you this afternoon at 1:30 to a side event in Tent 2, where we will elaborate more on the WHO's overall strategy and its financing. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon the Asian Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Majidi.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you.
Rahim, Madam Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Angola, for generous hospitality. Allow me to begin my statement with a question: how we come here from every corner of the world, near and far, to hear voices of democracy and justice and admire the choice of the theme placed in the agenda of the 147 IPU in Angola, entitled Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. Let me say that any peace not based on justice and not supported by strong institutions for peace building and peacekeeping will not come through in its real sense. Yes, these concepts and words that are initially very attractive and interesting for speech gradually lose their meanings if not translated into action. Dear colleagues, let me also ask you whether we have come here in Luanda to gather in this elegant meeting hall to merely make addresses with some eloquent words, while thousands of kilometers farther we are witness to the heavy barrage of fire and airstrikes which had led and still continues to lead to the massacre of thousands of innocent people, mostly women and children in Gaza. Let's ask ourselves if peace and justice have any meaning for thousands of Palestinian women and children while they are under heavy bombardment by the apartheid regime of Israel in Gaza. In effect, IPU as the global organization of parliaments and parliaments as the host of nations and their voices should spare no effort to resound the voice of deprived and voiceless people in the face of great powers supporting Israel who have access to widespread media and other influential outlets. We are here in Africa, a territory which has deeply experienced the plague and harsh influence of colonialism and apartheid. Under such circumstances, the world expects the IPU not to restrict itself to convey a message of peace and solidarity merely in words with the people of Gaza and share with them its sympathy, but also to go even further to take measures to prevent ethnic cleansing in this enclave by the apartheid regime of Israel. And last word in Arabic, يا أحرار العالم إن الصمت أمام الجرائم ضد الإنسانية والتمييز العنصري والإبادة الجماعية التي
Free people of the world, we cannot remain silent. We cannot remain silent in the face of war and the action taken against the Palestinian people. We ask that the peace of the Almighty be among the inhabitants of Gaza and their children and women and all the innocent people in Gaza. As believers, we must be present to support Gaza and call for peace. Thank you. I'll now call on Mr. Zahn, representing the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption.
Ah, donc c'est plutôt... Ah, désolé. Donc c'est monsieur... Ah non, donc c'est... Désolé. J'appelle monsieur...
I call on Mr. Oliveira, the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions.
Bom dia a todos.
Well, good morning to all. My name is Jorge Oliveira, Minister in Brazil, and I represent the President of the Court of Auditors. It's an honor to address to you today here, and first of all, thank the organizers of this very important event for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this international Parliament, or the International Organization for Supreme Audit Institutions, and thank the IPU, in particular, Mr. Eduardo Pacheco, its president, to allow us to have this channel of communication. The IPU have given us status of permanent observers to about 70 institutions, and Indosai is one of them. Allow me now to bring you the greetings of the President, Mr. Bruno Dantas, who presides as well in Tosai and plays a very important role in promoting the exchange of knowledge and searching for excellences of practices in the international audits. The President is a defender of the international cooperation, and we believe that together we can reach much more than if we act alone. The debate of this General Assembly on number 16 of the Objectives of Development wants us to bring justice for all, and is in line with the need to have institutions fair for all. Institutions of control play a crucial role, bringing better and more institutions to supervise and which are more accountable. We have to supervise the public spends, and by doing so, we promote good governance but also raise the awareness and the trust of the people in our institutions. This is the reason why we are so important to face the international challenges. Very recently, Intosai created the Climate Scanner, which is a tool for all the audit institutions, analyzing quickly the measures that have been adopted by the government concerning climate changes, focused on funding and governance. Another initiative that needs to focus is the exchange of leadership between the control or the audit institutions. By participating in this debate, we engage ourselves to build a world where we all have justice, accountability, and inclusion, a world that respects those principles defended by the IPU, but as well as by Intosai. And last but not least, we'd like to say that we are available to cooperate with the IPU in what's needed. Together, we can make a better future for the world progress. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I now call on Mr. Zon, Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, delegates, distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. On behalf of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, I would like to thank the IPU for raising the SDG 16 issues to this assembly, since this issue has been crucial for us lately. We remain in times of crisis, not just because of the global pandemic of an infectious disease or a new potential financial crisis, due to the prolonged wars and conflict in different parts of the world, and more recently in Palestine. This situation have derailed our path to peace and achievement of SDG number 16. War, conflicts, violence, and corruption are a cost to each other. We may argue this, but one thing is for sure. In the absence of peace, war and conflicts have become an arena where people with power can exercise their authority unchecked. Fellow parliamentarians, as an interparliamentary network focusing on the promotion of good governance and anti-corruption measures, GOPEC advocates at least the following to ensure that SDG 16 should be the moral high ground, or if I may borrow the term from the SDG 16 Conference 2023, a compass for navigating all those intersecting crises. The first one would be to combat corruption through parliamentary measures. For that, a strong parliament is needed, as we are the institution of checks and balances. A focused budget oversight, for example, is mandatory for us, especially on specific budgets that address crisis or specific budgets on defense and security sectors. They are the most challenging ones, given that we will have a complicated choice between supporting a prompt action or a accountable one, or between transparency or secrecy. Parliament should also be able to identify the choke points in legislation to address corruption. The UN Convention Against Corruption is the guiding instrument for such. Through GOPEC knowledge products, including anti-corruption assessment tool for parliamentarians, I invite parliamentarians to use our public available knowledge tools to the best of our efforts, so that we can have a strong parliament for the checks and balances. The second point would be to uphold the rule of law and strengthen the governance, both at the national and international levels. This is essential, as it is an ingredient in rebuilding public trust. At all levels, the rule of law requires an effective justice systems and a strong understanding that no one should be outside, below, or above the law. At the global level, GOPEC advocates the urgency to make the global parliamentary voice on the main road of global governance, not just its sideway. So as an example of this would be the involvement of parliamentary community in the International Convention Review, and GOPEC strives to do so, especially during our next 10th Forum of Parliamentarians, held as a special event of the 10th Conference of the State Parties, ANCEC, in Atlanta, United States, this 11 to 15 December 2023. And this upcoming forum, we will explore how global anti-corruption governance can benefit from the parliamentary engagement to the convention. In this opportunity, I would like to invite you, my fellow parliamentarians, to participate in the GOPEX 10th Forum of Parliamentarians and start making some noise about the urgency of involving Parliament and parliamentarians at the global institutions and decision-making arena. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you. I now call on Mrs. Bergamini, representing the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean.
Excellencies, colleagues, thank you, Angola, for hosting us so well. I am an Italian member of parliament, and I'm honored to speak on behalf of PAM, the Parliamentary Assembly of Mediterranean. First of all, allow me a thought to the Israeli and Palestinian innocent civilians who have fallen victims of this new cycle of violence in the Middle East. Once again, and more than ever, our role as parliamentarians is of enormous importance to promote and keep alive the highest degree of cooperation and dialogue at the regional and international level beyond divisions that are emerging among governments. Since Second World War, there have never been so many ongoing conflicts in the world, and Second World War should teach us a lesson. On our shoulders, we carry the weight of the needs and aspirations of the people who voted us to represent their interests within our national parliaments. At the same time, we have the responsibility to oversee governmental powers so that they can act in accordance with internationally recognized principles. Here at IPU, we must all do the effort to share our different views, not to contrast them. It would be a fatal mistake. This is what we have learned to do at PAM. You know that within PAM Political Bureau, Israel and Palestine sit with equal rights as vice presidents of the Assembly. Only 1 month before the situation precipitated, PAM fielded a mission to Jordan, Palestine, and Israel to discuss with key shareholders how to support the international efforts to resume negotiations towards the achievement of the two-state solution. Now it is the time for the international community to come together around protecting civilians and finding a lasting solution to this unending series of death and destruction. At the same time, we must not lower our attention on the war in Ukraine, as well as on the persisting instability in the Sahel region. In this regard, PAM will continue to work with the IPU, the Arab Parliament, and the G5 Sahel Interparliamentary Committee. This renewed global instability also puts emphasis, among others, on an issue that directly affects our work, to develop legal frameworks that enable our governments to prevent and address emerging security threats. The lack of adequate regulation of the activities in the cyberspace, such as terrorist financing and disinformation. In this regard, together with the UN, PAM is working on the drafting of a comprehensive report about the effects on international security and stability of the malicious application and lack of adequate regulation of the cyberspace. This process requires a coordinated approach, and as PAM, we are very much engaged into reaching tangible results. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call on the second speakers from delegations, those on list C. Norway. Mrs. Jemnal.
No, I don't. Désolée, je reviens.
I'm sorry, I'll go back. I would like to call on Mr. Savigny, representing the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union of Belarus and Russia.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I truly believe that our parliamentary debates are a clear reflection of a fundamental political and economic processes that are transforming our world, the world among us. These processes are not emerging because of someone's subjective will or intention. They are objective, they are inevitable, and they are inescapable. They are happening because the old global world system and the old globalization were not just, were not fair for at least 2/3 of the world population, depriving them of their own resources, their right for development and better future, leaving them in poverty and conflicts. Even noble efforts of UN organizations, including IPU as well, were not enough to achieve MDG's goal and create a better world, were not enough to overcome the fundamental injustice of the world order, which is now crumbling at our eyes. If we truly seek a better future, if we truly want a fair future for global humanity, if we really want to rebuild our world, we have to change quite a lot in this society. We have to change the world financial and banking system. We have to change, we are obliged to change the rules of world trading system, and a lot more of institutions which in fact create injustice and inequality. This transition to a multipolar world, as we all know it, looks difficult. It is inevitable, but it looks scary. Yet there are no other way forward, and if we do care about the future generations to come, we have to follow this path. And I urge you all to unite forces to achieve this honorable goal to create multipolar world and create a just world which will provide possibilities for development for everybody without any exception. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. Now, I will return to Lessie, that is the second speakers from delegations. I would first of all like to call on Mr. Kalu from Nigeria.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, various speakers from various nations, honorable colleagues, my name is Mr. Carlo from Nigeria as the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Nigeria. This morning I want to leave a question in our heart, and that question is nothing but this. How come when COVID struck, all of us as one global community came together to find a solution? How come when we watch soccer and other forms of sports, we forget the boundaries, the divisions, those things that separate us from one another? Why can't we apply that when it comes to peace around the world? Why can't we join our hands together? The same way we fought COVID, we can fight against these divisions and these wars around the nation. For everywhere you have a piece of war in any nation, that is a war against humanity everywhere. I bring you greetings from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a nation that has first-hand experience of conflict and instability, is deeply committed to the theme of the 147th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the IPU, Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, the SDG 16. Nigeria's position and contribution to the debate are informed by its history. Peace is not the absence of violence. Peace is the manifestation of human understanding and compassion anchored on justice and strong institutions engendered by national parliaments and world bodies such as the IPU. What is the reason for the existence of a nation state with various arms of government? By extension, why do we have in existence institutions such as the IPU, the United Nations, and other national and international bodies? These bodies exist for the welfare and security of the citizens. When peace and justice are absent, it presupposes the failure of the purpose of government and the associated institutions, leading to skepticism and lack of trust by the people. The violence we have witnessed in the Sudan, where the absence of self-counsel and wisdom has led to utter destruction of the nation itself, and more recently, the avoidable devastation of lives and property in Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza. Leaders do not look for who to blame. Leaders find solutions, and this we must do. In addition, threats to democracy in Africa, seen in recent coups in some African countries, must be addressed, especially the underlying causative factors. Nigeria has experienced a number of challenges in recent years, including the insurgency in the northeast, environmental degradation and underdevelopment in the Niger Delta, and agitation in the southeast. To address these problems, proactive steps have been taken for the enactment of Northeast Development Commission, Niger Delta Development Commission, with other bills coming from the Parliament, including the Southeast Development Commission that is a work in progress as we speak. The National Assembly has also passed the Petroleum Industry Act, which reformed the Nigerian oil and gas sector. The PIA is expected to promote transparency and accountability in the sector, strengthen the institutional framework, and attract investment. As a parliament representing the people, we devoted ample time in ensuring the improvement of our Electoral Act amended in 2022 to enable the integrity of the electoral process through technology, which has led to the reduction of post-election crisis. In response to the Partnership for Climate Action, Nigeria passed the Climate Change Act, meant to ensure the global standards are met. To live up to the spirit and letter of our dream on climate change, developed countries must come to the assistance of Africa, who are at the receiving end of climate change. To ensure inclusion, the Nigerian Parliament passed the Federal Character Commission Act for the better management of our diversity. This legislation minimizes dominance and ensures nobody is left behind. It is often said, the justice delayed is justice denied. To ensure the speedy dispensation of justice, the Nigerian Criminal Justice Act. In conclusion, as representatives, we must come to a clear understanding that parliamentary action on peace and justice through strong institutions cannot come as a matter of wish. It is desirable. Institutions are not strong for the sake of being strong. Their strength is measured through visible outcomes. When nations are at peace, there is justice for all, and nobody is left behind economically and socially. People go to the moon not because it is easy. It requires courage. Let us have the courage to work for the better outcome for the people we represent. Thank you, and God bless all of us.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to call on Norway, Mrs. Hjemdal.
Et ensuite.
Thank you, dear colleagues, President. I would like to remind you it was 1 year ago since I talked about Gina, who was killed by the moral police in Iran. We have many speeches in this plenary about peace, about women's rights, but as I have listened into the debate, I have not heard anyone mention the name of the Nobel Prize winner. Why is that? As some of you might know, the Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2023 to Narges Mohammadi. And this is for her fight against the oppression of women in Iran and her fight to promote human rights and, not least, freedom for all. I must underline that the Nobel Committee is totally independent of the Norwegian Parliament and government, but I believe this decision has been supported of all my fellow parliamentarians in my parliament, regardless of political party. I hope so we can do the same in this assembly. Mohammadi's brave struggle has come with tremendous personal costs. Altogether, the regime has arrested her 13 times, convicted her 5 times, and sentenced her to total 31 years in prison. This is just some examples. She is still in prison, my dear colleagues. So I think we need to recognize that this one Peace Prize is also a recognition of hundreds of thousands of people's struggle for democracy and for standing against the Iranian regime policies of discrimination and oppressions of targeting women. I think this is important. We talk about strong institutions. What do we need institutions to dictate? How a woman should dress? Should not strong institutions instead defend people who stand up for human rights, for dignity, for democracy? I think this is very strange to talk about here, but I would like to say one thing. Please set Mohammadi free, free your women, your people, and not at least, I really hope that President of the IPU, Mr. President Pacheco, can make a statement on the same lines. Nobel Peace Prize winner Mohammadi must be released immediately and unconditionally. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call on Japan, Mr. Azao.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Keiichiro Asao. I'm a member of the House of Councilors of Japan and deputy leader of our delegation. Gaining credibility and the trust of the public is the most important mission for parliaments around the world. No parliament can claim to be peaceful, just, and enduring institution without first establishing its credibility. We parliamentarians should demonstrate our accountability by improving transparency. And if we want the public to accept our policies, we must be able to present a clear vision of the future. This is especially true given the challenging times in which we are living. Democracy for everyone is the slogan of IPU, and my goal as a politician is to make Japan a country where everyone can achieve self-actualization. I want to create a society where opportunity is everywhere. But the most difficult part of doing so is that we cannot force people to have dreams, nor can we force them to make those dreams come true. Having ample role models in society is important too, because role models inspire people to believe that they can make their dreams come true. Which is why it is so important for we parliamentarians to gain the trust of the people. Without trust, the people will not listen to what we say, and it is also important that we become good listeners. This past May, the House of Councilors conducted a survey using the IPU toolkit for gender sensitivity. I am confident that this was a clear step toward more broadly based representation. I am very proud to know that the next president of IPU will be a woman from Africa. We live in an era facing enormous challenges such as climate change, food and energy security, Russia's aggressions against Ukraine, and the recent difficulties in Gaza. If we are trying to bring democracy to everyone and ensure that no one is left behind, then we must transcend differences in politics and ideology without relying on the use of force. We are good listeners. If we are good listeners, we can understand where those differences exist, and this will lead to negotiations rather than the use of force. Our Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, emphasizes the importance of the ability to listen. This ability to listen will strengthen the public's trust in Parliament and other government institutions. If we parliamentarians across the world had better ability to listen, this will lead to solutions to the global challenges that we face. Eventually, it will lead to formation of free and open international order based on the rule of law, which Japan is willing to contribute. The IPU is a unique organization that brings together 180 of the world's parliaments to work jointly on an equal footing, and I sincerely hope to build good and worthwhile relationship with all of you here in this assembly. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call Ms. Atolajan from Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank the people of Angola for their warm reception. Fellow parliamentarians and colleagues, during the previous assembly in Bahrain, we discussed the importance of promoting peaceful coexistence and building inclusive societies and fighting intolerance. The theme of today's debate, SDG 16, is closely linked to these issues. To establish peaceful, inclusive, and tolerant societies, we need to build trust in public institutions. Transparency, responsiveness, and representation in our public institutions and in our parliaments is crucial for achieving these ideals. For instance, as parliamentarians, it is imperative that we persist in fighting against discriminatory laws and policies. We must have the courage to pose challenging questions, and we must not shy away from difficult conversations and debates. In my capacity as chair of the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights in Canada, this is precisely what I aim to do. Recently, our committee undertook studies on several difficult topics. These included the human rights of prisoners in Canada, the coerced and forced sterilizations of Canadian citizens, Islamophobia in Canada, and allegations of systemic discrimination at the Canadian Human Rights Commission. These discussions are challenging, but it is our responsibility to pose difficult questions of public officials, and it is a way of maintaining transparency and trust in public institutions. Although Canada is a peaceful, inclusive, and tolerant society, we recognize that there's always room for improvement. As such, we're actively striving to fully implement the guiding principles of SDG 16. In closing, I urge you to return to your home countries and advocate for increased accountability within your respective governments and public institutions. In doing so, we can enhance the vital connection between citizens and the institutions that serve them. And in the end, I want to say, let us all pray for peace for the children of the Middle East. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon France, Ms. Saint-Paul.
Madame la Présidente.
Chair, colleagues, Parliamentary Action for Peace. How can we not espouse the topic that we've chosen for this 147th Assembly when we see a significant deterioration in the international circumstances in the South China Sea, from the Sahel to the South China Sea and in other parts of the world? At a time when our world has been more fragmented than ever since the Second World War, parliamentarians have a pivotal role to play to renew dialogue between governments that no longer speak to one another, to assist our fellow citizens to understand one another again while respecting each other's convictions. The Interparliamentary Union is a unique forum in which to encourage that dialogue and that better understanding among all of us. The two founders of the Interparliamentary Union, and its first Secretary General, are they not along the first Nobel Prize for Peace laureates? As citizens and as representatives of citizens, we have to help them to achieve peace wherever they may live. Living in peace is about condemning terrorism and condemning terrorist attacks like that carried out on the 7th of October by Hamas against Israel. Living in peace is also about ensuring absolute respect for international law, particularly international humanitarian law when waging war. In that regard, there can be and there is no double discourse. France recalled these principles vehemently over the past 2 days when the president visited Israel, Palestine, Jordan and Egypt. And although I'm convinced that we can all agree on these principles, we have collectively failed to agree on the adoption of an emergency item that would set down the foundations for peace in the Middle East and base that peace on a two-state solution that would enable Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace and security. That failure should alert us to the fact that it's time to renew dialogue, overcome our differences, listen to one another and respect one another again. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon Portugal. Mr. Barreto.
Ms. President, parliamentarians, for me it's a great honor to be a part of this meeting organized by Angola. And I'd like to congratulate the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Ms. Carolina Cerqueira, for having accepted this challenge. And I'd also like to congratulate her for the excellent organization. Today we're discussing a crucial and very timely topic, the strengthening of trust between citizens and their institutions. Through a good governance aiming at attaining sustainable goals, it is essential to strengthen this trust. In my brief intervention, I'm going to elaborate on the possibility of strengthening trust to increasing the efficacy of the institutions, protecting the rule of law, protecting fundamental rights, preventing violence, taking into account the principles enshrined in SDG 16. Let me start by enhancing how important it is to strengthen trust and improve institutional capacity. We should follow the following principles. First of all, transparency and accountability, open communication and a dialogue between the elected representatives and citizens are of the essence to protect and promote trust. Secondly, institutional efficacy, to invest in the capability of public institutions through an investment in education, in training and new technologies is essential to provide efficient services. Thirdly, rule of law. The respect for the rule of law, equity and justice for all citizens should be guaranteed. Parliamentarians perform a crucial role in the adoption of laws that promote accountability, transparency and respect for human rights. Fourth, fundamental freedoms. The protection of fundamental freedoms such as the freedom of expression, the freedom of association is vital for a prosperous democracy. Public institutions should protect these freedoms, enabling civic participation and the preservation of citizens' rights. 5, wide representation. It is essential that public institutions reflect the diverse communities they serve, should take on board inclusion, representation of all sections of society. This all helps to promote a feeling of ownership. 6, prevention of violence. Prevention of violence is essential to keep social peace and to increase trust in institutions. Parliamentarians can also perform a very important role by promoting dialogue, mediation, and reconciliation between different groups in society. In this case, the root causes of violence and nurturing social cohesion and peace. To sum up, to strengthen trust between citizens and public institutions requires transparency, institutional efficacy, accountability, respect for the rule of law, protection of fundamental freedoms, a wide representation of society, and prevention of violence. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Australia, represented by Ms. Reynolds.
Madam President, fellow delegates, good afternoon. I'm privileged to address you today both as an Australian delegate and also as a rapporteur on orphanage trafficking in the Standing Committee of Democracy and Human Rights. Today, as we talk about SDG 16, it is a good time to remember that over 50 million people have been trafficked into slavery globally, more than in any other time in human history. And as we prepare to leave Angola and our wonderfully gracious hosts here, we have 8 million reasons to stand together as we leave. That is because there are up to 8 million of the world's most vulnerable children who have been trafficked into group homes, often called orphanages. And here in Luanda, despite the many tensions and problems that we have faced together, pleasingly, we've also been able to join as 180 nations to work together as one to tackle this form of human trafficking. This week, in the debate on the draft resolution, 30 nations spoke and all in support of this resolution, and we very collegiately worked through 195 amendments put by 27 nations in a spirit of collegiality and common cause. Tomorrow, in the Assembly, we have the opportunity to tackle human trafficking globally and the scourge of human trafficking, particularly the trafficking of vulnerable children. So I thank all delegations who participated so willingly in the debate, and I'd like to conclude by humbly requesting all of your support tomorrow for this most important next step in the fight against human trafficking. Thank you.
Merci, madame.
Thank you, madam. I now call upon Turkey, represented by Ms. Onsu.
Je sais pas si c'est bien prononcé.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished participants, in my capacity as a disabled mother and a parliamentary, I would like to draw attention to the 1 billion disabled individuals devastating effect or war on those individuals and our responsibility towards those who become disabled as a result of the war. It is widely acknowledged that the impacts of wars are destructive on a global scale, bring with them numerous problems such as loss of life, waves of disarmament, economicization, and humanitarian crisis. The destructive impact of war is not limited to casual and environmental damage in world history. It is also the surge of station that can also undermine the mental and physical health of societies and individuals, ultimately leading to wars, disabled, and decrease in the quality of life. Wars deeply affect the lives of societies and individuals. In war, soldiers who are often involved, the war can be injured and become disabled, and sometimes civilians residing in the field might also become victims of war and become disabled. Presently, the number of the individuals who have become disabled due to various factors and, of course, the reason related to wars has exceeded more than 1 billion, which account for more than 1/15 of the world's population, making them the largest minority in the world. These individuals who have become disabled due to war are undoubtedly one of the most vulnerable groups who will experience the described effect of war through their lives. The disabilities and truths caused by war are often overlooked during the post-war reconstruction of societies. To address this, it is possible to create more inclusive, equal, and fair societies by creating societies awareness and establishing a legal framework that safeguards the rights of people with disabilities through population and programs sensitive to the needs of individuals with disabilities. I didn't an inclusive approach with the framework of IPU should involve I hungry president of the disabled members of parliament in the National Parliamentary Dialogue, the APU. Madam President, I am secondly believe that we should introduce guards for disabled MPC with the APU as it the case for women and young. Thanks.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon Azerbaijan, represented by Ms. Mikhailova.
Madam President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, peace has never been so fragile in a number of regions as we are observing enormous threats to the overall security system of the world. Bloody conflicts, wars, extremism destroy the international peace architecture, while not to mention accompanying natural calamities. Azerbaijan suffered from an occupation policy and armed separatism for 30 years. Armenia kept under control 20% of Azerbaijan's internationally recognized territory. We lost tens of thousands of people. The areas under Armenian control have been razed to earth. All cultural and historical monuments were destroyed. There was ecocide, genocide, culticide. At least Azerbaijan had to break out counter-terror operations and restore its territorial integrity. Over the past 3 years, Azerbaijan has faced a number of provocations, including mine terror. Over 300 people, the majority of which are civilians, were either killed or injured in mine explosions. Azerbaijan had to carry out anti-terror measures in its territory in September and restore its sovereignty all over the country. The illegal armed groups were defeated and they surrounded themselves. Now great return of people whose elementary human rights have been violated for 3 decades at least started. People start new life and to adjust coexistence in the area. Azerbaijani government had done and continues to do all possible for smooth reintegration of the Armenian population residing here. Now we parliaments are to increase activity in response to all possible challenges, both on legislative and both on ground. Peace has no alternative, and we believe durable peace and security will bring economic prosperity and expand cooperation between the nations. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon Iceland, represented by Ms. Svein Bjarnadottir.
Madam President, dear colleagues, here it comes. The social development goal at the center of our debate asks that we as members of parliament promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels of society. We cannot achieve these goals without the full democratic participation of women at all levels of society and in our legislative assemblies. We are regrettably very far from achieving them, and it seems not very mindful of their importance. Our countries will not reach their potential unless we allow the full participation of women in public life and politics. Women belong in the public sphere. They should not be barred from participation in society and remanded to its margins and often abject poverty. We, as parliamentarians, need to put the fight for women's rights at the forefront of our politics, where the right to education is both fundamental and universal. Madam President, in my home country, Iceland, women went on a day-long strike on the 24th of October to demonstrate the power and solidarity to demand income equality and protest the endemic violence against women. It delights me to report that 100,000 people came together. That is 1/4 of the population of Iceland, but we still have work to do. Madam President, in light of the discussion in this Assembly on the horrific plight of the Palestinian people and the terrorist attacks in Israel, I want to use this opportunity to cast light on the importance of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. Women are peacemakers and an essential part of conflict prevention and peace building. If they do not have a seat at the negotiating table, there will be no peace, there will be no security, and there will be neither progress nor development. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. J'appelle.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon Bolivia, represented by Ms. Ticona Quispe. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. The SDG 16, which seeks to promote fair, peaceful and inclusive societies in line with the entire 2030 agenda and the other SDGs, is extremely relevant for the plurinational state of Bolivia, which in its plan for economic development for 2021 to 2025 is focused on promoting an inclusive society with social justice. We feel that this SDG is crucial if we're to achieve the other SDGs, because without peace and justice, it's not possible to speak about development. Bolivia has a political state constitution that it set up in 2009, and since then it's been a country that's advocated for peace and dialogue as the only mechanism for resolving conflicts. That requires permanent goodwill from the international community. Through diplomacy, Bolivia has always said that in any conflict the parties should be able to sit around a table of negotiation and clear up their differences in line with the UN Charter, which provides for negotiation, dialogue and reconciliation as some of the mechanisms that prevent conflict. Over the past few years, we have indeed seen an increase in violent and armed conflicts and inequality around the world that have widened socio-economic gaps between developing and developed countries, of course. And unfortunately, these challenges are jeopardizing international peace and security in the world. They also thwart respect for individual rights. I'd like to condemn what's happening in the Middle East quite categorically. We condemn the genocide that Israel is perpetrating as an occupying power of Palestine. We would call for a wide-ranging, fair and lasting solution to the conflict on the basis of a two-state solution that brings an end to the occupation of Palestinian territory by Israel as an occupying power and enables Palestine to exercise its right to self-determination freely. Thank you very much.
Madame.
Thank you, Madam. I now call upon Ms. Zepeda Martinez, representative of Mexico. With your permission, Chair, good afternoon, everybody. I welcome the fact that the general debate of this 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union tackles peace, justice, and strong institutions, because this is a key topic on the international agenda. This is our 16th Sustainable Development Goal. We know that there are conflicts, there's insecurity, weak institutions, and weak access to justice. They are leitmotifs of what's happening in the international community, and that's why we need sustainable development. This reality affects millions of people. According to UN data in 2022, there was an increase of more than 50% in the number of civilian deaths related to conflict. We also saw 108 million people being forcibly displaced around the world, which was an increase in 19 million compared to 2021. In Mexico's case, we face significant challenges because although we've been working to strengthen our institutions, the reality is that access to justice, transparency, and the fight against corruption is just an aspiration for many people. Unfortunately, access to justice is a utopian idea for many Mexicans. The most vulnerable members of society, particularly women and children, are those who are most affected by all of this, because our circumstances are replete with inequalities and violence, and they need access to justice. Unfortunately, what they often get is just more violence. We cannot allow structural inequalities to continue, and we need to deal effectively with the new challenges we're facing in terms of respect for human rights. The Mexican Chamber of Deputies has been striving to achieve this. I'd like to mention something that former Mexican President Benito Juarez said. Among individuals and among nations, respect for others' rights is the path to peace. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I now call upon the last speaker, Mr. Griffin, on behalf of the Bahamas.
Distinguished colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to stand here today among peers. As Senator serving as Vice President of the Senate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Deputy Chair of the Bahamas Trade Commission, I am very aware of the importance of representative leadership, especially when it comes to the voices of those under 45 and the youth who have valuable contributions to make. In the Bahamas, we have seen an unprecedented number of young leaders appointed throughout government, as the current administration delivers on its promise of a government that looks more like the people it serves. We also have many more women filling key leadership roles. From the cabinet to government boards and agencies, leadership in the Bahamas is more diverse than ever. However, there is still room for improvement, and we are fully committed to more representative leadership. In joining the IPU, we were fully aware of the organization's efforts to promote greater gender parity and youth participation. The IPU's track record speaks for itself, with over 35% of the MPs attending IPU assemblies being women and 1 out of 4 attendees being below the age of 45. The government of the Bahamas fully embraces diversity as an asset, with the belief that representative governance is a cornerstone of democracy. We look forward to the ways that the Bahamas can benefit and contribute to more inclusive, diverse representation in parliaments around the world through the IPU. As young leaders, we have a powerful role to play as policymakers and nation builders. For us, the IPU serves as a gathering point for the advancement and a beacon of progress. Through the IPU, we now have the opportunity to come together, exchange ideas, develop solutions, and stand as one in the interests of a better world. Through the IPU, our voices are amplified, and we have a global platform not only to increase the participation of youth in our democracies, but to also ensure that the perspectives of young people are reflected in global decision-making. As the newest member of the IPU, the Bahamas is proud to be part of this storied organization, which has committed itself to having a positive impact on global affairs through developing more effective parliaments. We stand with the IPU not only in the promotion of more women and youth participation in our parliaments, but in its overall objectives to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development. Before us, we have global threats, such as climate change, that require decisive and immediate action to save lives and preserve livelihoods. It is through the work of global organizations like the IPU that we have the best shot at taking coordinated action to ensure that all people across the world are able to survive and thrive in the face of looming threats. Colleagues, there is no challenge that cannot be overcome through unity. Let's continue to work together in the spirit of the IPU, in the spirit of progress, to create a better world for all people and all nations. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. A slight change to the schedule. We have one more speaker in the form of the Netherlands.
Madam President, my distinguished colleagues, first of all, let me congratulate Angola with successfully hosting the 147th session of the IPU. Today I stand before you to speak of a goal that is the very backbone of the Sustainable Development Goals framework. It is SDG 16, Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. This goal is just not a piece of the puzzle, it is the cornerstone upon which our vision of a better world rests. Let me tell you why it's so crucial and how it's intertwined with our most fundamental needs. Nelson Mandela, a scholar and a freedom fighter, once reminded us that to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. SDG 16 embodies this wisdom, for it encapsulates the principles of peace, justice, and strong institutions. But it's not just about achieving these noble ideas. It's about the trust, the unwavering faith of people in their governments, and the capacity of these governments to meet their needs equitably and sustainably. Trust is the lifeline of democracy, the guardian of peace and security, the catalyst of economic development and the bedrock of stability. Think about it. The very act of casting a vote, a voice in the governance of one's country, represents the profound trust that people place in their leaders. This trust is the currency that fuels our democratic engines, enabling us to move forward. Here in the heart of Africa, there is a beautiful proverb. For one to mend the world, he must start in his own village. The village in this context symbolizes civic space, the arena where citizens engage in shaping their government and society. It is essential for achieving SDG 16, because it's where the collective wisdom and aspirations of the people are channeled. It's where their trust is nurtured and realized. But to make this trust flourish, the bond between people, parliamentarians and governments must be fortified. We can strengthen this bond by fostering open dialogue, by embracing inclusivity, and by ensuring transparency. Moreover, the effectiveness of parliaments is a critical component of SDG 16. By investing in capacity-building programs for lawmakers and embracing broad-based representation, nations can guarantee that their leaders are equipped with knowledge and skills necessary to make informed decisions. Consistently upholding the rule of law and protecting fundamental rights are integral components. A robust and independent judiciary system that ensures the rule of law and safeguards the rights of its citizens is crucial. It is through such measures that nations build a solid foundation of justice and strong institutions. Furthermore, the prevention of violence is essential to maintaining social peace and good governance. Equal gender representation is vital. Women play transformative power in peace building. By empowering women to take a more active role, societies can take significant strides towards peace, security, and justice. In conclusion, SDG 16 is not just a goal on the list. It's a guiding principle that underpins our entire journey towards a better world. It reminds us that true development is rooted in peace, justice, and strong institutions. It calls upon us to earn the trust of our citizens, to ensure transparent and equitable governance, and to cultivate the civic space where their voices are heard. Let us remember the immense responsibility we bear and the tremendous potential we hold. Let us be inspired by our people and guided by the principles of good governance. Together we can build a world that is just, peaceful and strong, where the trust of people is a driving force behind democracy, peace, economic prosperity, stability, and the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. We will now adjourn, but before we do that, I would like to recall our programme for this afternoon. We'll resume at 2:30. Firstly, we will move on to List D, which is the Young Parliamentarians. They will make their statements, and then we'll move on to the Crema Passi Prize. Thank you.
Bon appétit.
Enjoy your meal.
Recording stopped. next year we will give this award to one parliamentarian.